Chapter 183. What? Lan Jiaye, you dare to call me a slut? I think you're the slut. Moreover, you're a slut that no one wants. Look at what kind of trash you found. His cultivation is very ordinary. Watch how I'll teach you a lesson later. Although I change men frequently, which one of them isn't beneficial to me? This is a rational choice. Moreover, the men I choose are stronger than the last. You'll see in a moment. Lan Jiaoshui was unable to restrain her anger. Her white and tender cheeks were flushed red from anger. She wanted nothing more than to fight with the other party right now, so that the other party would recognize his mistake. What are you so proud of? My people are much stronger than yours, Lan Jiaoye said proudly, full of confidence. This made Lan Jiaoshui laugh, her eyes full of ridicule. His companion was a man with the surname Qian. His name was Qian Duo. His cultivation was at the 8th level of martial master, not weak. Qian Duo had a handsome face. His temperament was elegant and he was very confident. Listening to the quarrel between the two sisters, he couldn't help but frown. Looking at Xiaoyang, he took a step forward and said to Lan Jiaoshui, "Do you want me to teach them a lesson?" Lan Jiaoshui smiled gently and said, "You can't act recklessly here. Just defeat them on the stage." After all, there were two martial great masters here. No one could disturb the peace and order here. Otherwise, Lan Jiaoye wouldn't mind making a move before the start of the competition to show Lan Jiaoye who was in charge. Lan Jiaoye had already returned to Xiaoyang's side. She blinked her eyes and asked Xiaoyang, "Are you angry?" She said, "You're an indecent man." Xiaoyang smiled and showed an indifferent expression. He said indifferently, "It's nothing. I'm not a petty person." You have to be angry. Lan Jiaoye immediately became angry. Why wasn't Xiaoyang angry? Xiaoyang should be angry at her because that girl was his enemy. Xiaoyang explained with a smile, "I'll defeat them on the stage and help you vent your anger. What do you think?" "Really? Good, this is good." Lan Jiaoye suddenly became overjoyed, and the gloominess on her face was swept away. The scene became more and more lively, and Xiao Man was also very happy to see it. She secretly cheered for Xiaoyang. Half an hour passed. 2/3 of the matches were already over. After waiting for a while, Lan Jiaoye heard the Wang clan's martial ancestor shout, "Next, number 16 against number 20. It's finally our turn. Cousin, let's go." Lan Jiaoye was extremely excited. She watched the battles of those people before her. Her heart was filled with yearning and excitement. Finally, it was her turn. When they got to the fighting stage, they saw Lan Jiaoshui and Qian Duo as their opponents. This caused Lan Jiaoye's original passion to be extinguished by more than half. She glanced at them unhappily and said impatiently, "It's you guys? You didn't expect this, did you? Who told you to be so stubborn? I'll have you get off the stage right now." Lan Jiaoshui was clearly very excited as she spoke to Lan Jiaoye. After all, the two of them had been fighting since they were young. They had been fighting until now. "Buffed. We still don't know who will get off the stage." "What are you talking about? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue?" Lan Jiaoye disdainfully curled her lips. She didn't pay too much attention to them. She knew very well that Lan Jiaoshui's cultivation wasn't very strong. She only had to worry about Qian Duo. As long as Xiaoyang defeated Qian Duo, this battle was almost certain to be won. Lan Jiaoshui thought that she had a card up her sleeve and said confidently, "If you admit defeat now and apologize to me, I can give you a dignified defeat. Otherwise, I'll embarrass you in front of everyone." Until now, she had always suppressed Lan Jiaoye. She believed that this time wouldn't be an exception. She blinked her eyes and proudly raised her head like a proud peacock. "If you have the guts, then come at me. What's the use of talking big?" Lan Jiaoye got into a fighting stance. She activated her cultivation and stared at her opponent like a tiger eyeing its prey. Qian Duo smiled and said indifferently, "Jiaoshui, let me deal with them. I only need one hand to deal with them. There's no need to trouble you. Yes, yes, I know how strong Duo is. Then I'll have to trouble you this time. Lan Jiaoshui was very happy. She looked at Qian Duo with anticipation. Then she boasted to Lan Jiaoye, "See, my man is very responsible. He's not like the one you chose. He only knows how to stand behind you. Let's see if you'll lose face this time." This made Lan Jiaoye a little angry. Qian Duo sneered and said, "Miss Lan, you're not my opponent. Step back. I don't want to bully you because of your sister. However, if you don't know what's good for you, I don't mind teaching you a lesson on behalf of your sister." Xiao Yang stood out and glanced at him. He said with contempt, "Make your move. Otherwise, you won't even have a chance to make your move." "Humph, arrogant. I'll let you see my power." Qian Duo roared and released his terrifying cultivation of the 8th stage martial master. He also used a fire attribute magic. Proud Dragon's Remorse. Boom! A large area of flames ignited in an instant, almost covering the entire stage. Then, the sea of flames condensed into the shape of a dragon and launched a powerful attack at Xiaoyang. This huge power attracted the attention of many people. It made Lan Jiaoshui scream. She was full of praise and made Qian Duo feel satisfied. "You dare to show off such a small trick? You don't know what you're talking about." Xiaoyang sneered and released his cultivation of the 9th stage martial master. The reason why he didn't fully reveal his strength was because he didn't want to cause inconvenience. These days, being low-key was the way to go. Rain of Gold Mountain. As he displayed his martial skill, a heavy rain began to fall from the sky in an instant. This rain was not ordinary rain. This special kind of rain also contained a trace of strange power. As the rain fell on the stage, the opponent's Proud Dragon's Remorse was immediately broken. "First move!" Xiaoyang shouted and waved his hand. A majestic water droplet instantly condensed and swept towards Qian Duo. Its speed was incomparably fast, and its momentum was vast. Its power was extraordinary. Qian Duo's expression changed greatly. His face was filled with shock. He couldn't help but shout at Lan Jiaoshui, "Be careful!" Then he immediately set up a defensive light shield to protect himself. At the same time, he hurriedly approached Lan Jiaoshui, wanting to help her share the pressure. The water column suddenly hit their bodies, causing them to retreat. Even the defensive light shield they released felt like it was about to collapse. Second move. Just as they were about to resist the first move, Xiaoyang launched the second water column attack. Chapter 184. Don't underestimate these water pillars. At the very least, they contain the power of a 9th level martial master. Boom! The huge water pillar directly hit their bodies. The huge power released by the water pillar swept across their bodies. They couldn't withstand it at all. The defensive light shield on their bodies immediately collapsed. After letting out a cry of surprise, the two of them were sent flying out of the stage. This battle is won by number 16. She will enter the next round. The martial great master of the Wang family announced the result. This made Lan Jiaoye very excited. She finally won. They walked down the stage. Lan Jiaoye walked towards Lan Jiaoshui. Looking at Lan Jiaoshui's wet appearance, she couldn't help but laugh. "How was it? Didn't you say you would let me watch? Didn't you say you would defeat me? Why didn't you last a little longer? Come. Let me see your prowess and arrogance. What are you playing at? Humph! You want to humiliate me with such petty tricks? You are simply courting death." Lan Jiaoye laughed at them with the attitude of a winner. She was incomparably proud and satisfied. Who asked Lan Jiaoshui to suppress her before? Now that she could hold her head high, she felt so good. "Humph, little girl, don't be so proud. Didn't you just win once? In the future, you will be in for a good show." Lan Jiaoshui angrily cursed. She then retreated and stood further away. Although they lost, they were still qualified to enter the 100 Poison Valley. However, the cave was less important. I am smiling proudly, smiling proudly. What can you do to me? It seemed that Lan Jiaoye was very happy. She walked back to Xiaoyang's side and said happily, "Cousin, I knew that my eyes were very accurate. My eyes are as sharp as a torch. Young master, is so great. Miss Lan is also great. Your team is simply invincible." Xiao Man looked at them enviously. However, their happiness didn't last long. They were immediately interrupted by one of the geniuses of the Wang family, Wang Zifei. "It's too early for you to be happy." This person was wearing a white robe, which was specially made by the Wang family. On the left side of his chest, there was a close-up symbol. This symbol was different from the symbols of the other ordinary clansmen. This symbol was golden in color, and the shape was more exquisite. From this, it could be seen that this person's status was higher than that of the other clansmen. He was one of the 5 geniuses of the Wang clan, Wang Zifei, a 9th stage martial master. He had come to the 100 Poison Valley to make use of the environment to break through to the martial ancestor realm. He was very confident in this. After all, there were very few people in the entire martial Yang city who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. "Wang Zifei, what are you doing here? What does my happiness have to do with you?" Lan Jiaoye's face was filled with displeasure. Both of their clans had always had this attitude since ancient times. Since both sides didn't have a good impression of each other, they naturally didn't treat each other well. "I'm just here to give you a kind advice. If you meet me on the battle stage, you'd better leave wisely lest I accidentally kill you. Let me tell you, I'm determined to get the number 1 cave mansion." Wang Zifei spoke confidently. His face was filled with disdain, and he looked very arrogant. "Put away your hypocritical kindness. We don't need it. Humph. Even if you die, you'd better not meet us. Otherwise, this dignified genius will also suffer a miserable defeat." Lan Jiaoye retorted, not giving the other party any face. This made Wang Zifei feel bored. He couldn't help but snort lightly and turn around to leave. Secretly, he had already put the other party on the list of people he must kill. The surrounding spectators couldn't help but discuss. Someone said, "Lan Jiaoye and Wang Zifei are too arrogant. They didn't even give face to the Wang clan's genius." Someone else said, "Yeah, they're too arrogant. They think they're great just because they defeated Qian Duo. In fact, the Wang clan's genius, Wang Zifei, is the real expert. Qian Duo is nothing. He's just a weakling." Hearing the discussions around them, a few people instantly became unhappy. One of them was Qian Duo. He was an 8th stage martial master and had won Lan Jiaoye's favor. Now that he heard them belittle him, it made him feel very uncomfortable. Lan Jiaoshui even grumbled at him. After that, she no longer paid attention to him. Who asked him to fail? Qian Duo was a bit sullen and hurt. Even the girl he liked was complaining about him. This made him hate the bystanders who were talking nonsense. He also resented Xiaoyang. If it wasn't for Xiaoyang, he would have already hugged the beauty. Lan Jiaoye and Xiao Man were also angry. What was so great about this Wang Zifei? He came here to show off. They'll teach him a lesson when he gets on the stage. After the intermission, about the time it took to brew a cup of tea, they got on the stage again. Number 16 against number 21. The Wang clan's martial ancestor, Realm, host shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, Lan Jiaoye took the lead and was the first to fly onto the battle stage. Xiaoyang was right behind her. After stepping onto the stage, they saw their opponents. They were none other than the arrogant Wang Zifei who had come to provoke them earlier, and his female companion. "It's you, Wang Zifei? This world is really too narrow. I didn't expect to meet you again." Lan Jiaoye chuckled. With Xiaoyang as a martial ancestor realm, she didn't care about the opponent at all. No matter how strong the opponent was, no matter how famous he was. It's not too late for you to admit defeat. Once I make my move, you won't even have the chance to admit defeat. Wang Zifei crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking extremely arrogant. As one of the Wang clan's 5 heavenly prides and a 9th stage martial master, he had enough qualifications to be proud and arrogant. He was used to having everything go smoothly. How could he put Lan Jiaye in his eyes? Even if he was facing Xiaoyang, he had 100% confidence. Admit defeat? You're thinking too much. Just don't lose too badly. Lan Jiaye was very proud because she had Xiaoyang as her trump card. Then prepare to die. Wang Zifei roared and immediately rushed towards Lan Jiaye to attack. Xiaoyang's figure instantly moved and blocked in front of Wang Zifei. He then raised his hand and used the 1,000 poisonous hands martial skill. This martial skill was very powerful and its level was very high. Even with Xiaoyang's current cultivation, he couldn't display its full power. However, it was enough to deal with Wang Zifei. What a strong palm power. It's also poisonous. Interesting. Wang Zifei immediately saw that Xiaoyang was not ordinary. He didn't dare to underestimate him and used his movement technique to quickly retreat. Chapter 185. At the same time, he activated a defensive light shield to block the aftershock of the attack. I'll let you have a taste of my palm too. He sneered. Relying on his superb movement technique, he had already circled behind Xiaoyang and attacked Xiaoyang with a flip of his hand. A huge palm force exploded and hit Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang immediately noticed that this palm was unusual. It contained poison. However, the poison was very ordinary, so it was not enough to make Xiaoyang afraid. You're embarrassing yourself with this little poison. Aren't you afraid of losing face? Xiaoyang sneered. With a flip of his hand, he used the poisonous dragon claw. A huge dragon claw condensed in the void and grabbed at Wang Zifei. Wang Zifei was shocked. His expression changed drastically as he cried out in surprise. Before he could use his movement technique to escape or block, he was hit by the poisonous dragon claw and flew out of the fighting ring. Hua! The spectators could not help but let out an uproar. The scene was noisy for a moment. They did not expect this to be the outcome. Before the battle began, they were very optimistic about Wang Zifei. After all, Wang Zifei was very famous. As one of the 5 great geniuses of the Wang clan, his reputation had spread throughout the martial Yang city. They did not expect that he would be defeated by a nameless boy. It was a pity. Who's the male companion of the Lan clan's 7th young lady? He's so strong. Even one of the 5 great geniuses, Wang Zifei, is not his opponent. Where did this boy come from? He's dead for sure. Wang Zifei will not let him go easily. On the fighting ring, Lan Jiaye looked down at Wang Zifei, who was outside the fighting ring. She sneered and said sarcastically, Wang Zifei, didn't you boast that you're very strong? Why did you leave the fighting ring? Ha ha ha. This shout caused everyone present to laugh. Before the opponent was decided, Wang Zifei personally went to Lan Jiaye and showed off his strength. He even asked Lan Jiaye to give up the battle. He did not expect that his showing off would become a slap to his own face. The more he showed off and the more arrogant he was, the more humiliated he felt now. Hearing the mocking laughter of the crowd, Wang Zifei was infuriated. He clenched his fists and his eyes turned red. He did not expect Xiaoyang to be so powerful that even he was not his match. However, he was still unwilling to give up. He glared fiercely at Xiaoyang, wanting to remember Xiaoyang's appearance. When he had the chance, he would find him for revenge. Xiaoyang stood there indifferently, as if he didn't care at all. He didn't even look at Wang Zifei. He even killed Wang Zilai. Why would he care about Wang Zifei? If Wang Zifei wanted to die, he didn't mind helping him. Xiaoyang's gaze landed on the woman in front of him. From the way she was dressed, he could tell that she was from the Wang family. Do you admit defeat or fight to the death? He asked indifferently. To be honest, Xiaoyang didn't have much hatred for the Wang family. The reason why he killed Wang Zilai was because he wanted to help Xiao Wanggu vent his anger. Now that he had killed Wang Zilai and gotten his revenge, he naturally didn't want to kill anymore. I admit defeat. The woman from the Wang family didn't even think and hurriedly admitted defeat. She was worried that her opponent wouldn't give her the chance to admit defeat. Hearing that she could admit defeat, she let out a sigh of relief. Didn't he see that even the powerful Wang Zifei was sent flying by a single claw? How could he, a person who wanted to take advantage of the situation, be his opponent? It was better not to embarrass himself. After admitting defeat, he immediately turned around and left. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would cause Xiao Yang's dissatisfaction. This battle was still very easy. Xiao Yang didn't even use his full strength. Lan Jiaye practically won by lying down. This made her very happy. As long as the result was announced, she could go to the number 1 cave. That was a perfect cave among the best. However, after waiting for a while, the two hosts didn't announce the result. Lan Jiaye couldn't help but frown. She looked at the two martial arts great masters in the air. The martial arts great master from the Wang family was silent. His eyes were filled with anger. One was angry that Wang Zifei was too useless. The other was angry that Xiao Yang had ruined his Wang family's good fortune. He originally thought highly of Wang Zifei, but Wang Zifei had disappointed him too much. The martial arts great master from the Lan family reminded his companion twice to announce the result, but his companion was still indifferent. He could only open his mouth and say, "This battle, number 16 wins. You can enjoy the number 1 cave in the 100 Poison Valley. With this token, you can go there immediately." After announcing the result, he took out 2 tokens and gave them to Xiao Yang and Lan Jiaye. When his gaze fell on Lan Jiaye, it was filled with encouragement and gratification. This made Lan Jiaye feel great satisfaction. One had to know that this was the praise of one of the family's big shots. When the spectators heard the announcement, many of them felt happy and shouted their blessings. Lan Jiaye enthusiastically responded to them. Most of them were members of the Lan family. They were all proud of Lan Jiaye. Xiao Yang landed beside Xiao Man. He handed Flamingo to her and told her to wait for him here. After all, the 100 Poison Valley was jointly managed by the 2 great families. No one would easily cause trouble here. After hearing Xiao Man's agreement, Xiao Yang took the token and followed Lan Jiaye into the 100 Poison Valley. Lan Jiaoshui and Qian Duo, who were further away, looked at this scene with envy and jealousy. Qian Duoduo's heart was a lot more balanced. After all, even the 9th stage martial master Wang Zifei was easily defeated by Xiao Yang. Thus, it was natural for him to be defeated by this strong person. After entering the 100 Poison Valley, Xiao Yang felt that there was something strange and magical about it. Here, half of it was rich spiritual energy, and the other half was rich poisonous gas. The two intertwined to form a strange gas. At the beginning, this gas was very weak. The deeper they went, the more terrifying the density was, almost to the point of being sticky. Xiao Yang couldn't help but frown. He had a poison physique and a poison vein in his body. If he absorbed spiritual energy, his cultivation would drop. On the contrary, if he needed poisonous gas, his cultivation would increase. Thus, after walking for a while, he stopped. "What's wrong?" Lan Jiaye couldn't help but ask in surprise. One had to know that the reason why she was able to obtain the right to cultivate in the number 1 cave was all thanks to Xiao Yang. Naturally, she wouldn't ignore Xiao Yang's feelings. "Do you see the stone tablet in front? That's the location of the number 1 cave. We're almost there. As long as I cultivate here for a while, my cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds." Lan Jiaye was looking forward to it. Chapter 186. It's nothing. Let's continue. Xiao Yang withdrew his thoughts and replied. The two of them smoothly arrived at the stone tablet next to the first cave dwelling. "Cousin, let's go in." Lan Jiaye called out to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang nodded. When they stepped into the cave dwelling, a tyrannical fluctuation of a formation swept past them. This fluctuation was very terrifying and contained a destructive qi. It scared Lan Jiaoya so much that she didn't dare to move. Even Xiaoyang frowned. Fortunately, the fluctuation of the formation immediately dispersed when it sensed the tokens on their bodies. The two of them let out a sigh of relief and then walked into the cave dwelling. This was the central area of the 100 Poison Valley. Whether it was the spirit qi or the poison qi, it was far superior to other places. The density of the two types of qi in the cave dwelling was much higher than outside. Inside, the two types of qi were so dense that they were almost liquid. Lan Jiaoya only needed to refine a bit, and her cultivation already had the rhythm of a breakthrough. Cousin, I'm not leaving. I'm going to cultivate here. You should also quickly find a good place to cultivate. Lan Jiaoya immediately sat down cross-legged and slowly refined the spirit qi. Although the qi here was a bit messy and chaotic, it didn't harm people. Perhaps it was because they had tokens. Xiaoyang glanced at Lan Jiaoya. Seeing that she had already entered a state of cultivation, he continued to move forward. After walking to the end of the cave dwelling, a spacious cultivation room appeared in front of them. It was no different from the other places. This place is really strange. The two types of qi are mixed together. It doesn't harm people. Instead, it can be absorbed and refined. Xiaoyang sighed and took out the token on his body. He found that the qi in the surroundings had a subtle connection with the token. The token automatically released qi that was suitable for the human body to absorb. No wonder, so it's like this. Xiaoyang immediately understood after observing for a while. The reason why the dense poison qi here didn't harm people was because of the token. It was too inconceivable. After observing for a while, he came to the conclusion that those who held the token would absorb spirit qi twice as fast. It was a pity that Xiaoyang did not need spiritual energy. Otherwise, he would have absorbed it here. Although he didn't need spiritual qi, he needed poisonous gas. He blinked his eyes and muttered, "With this token, the poisonous gas will be transformed when it touches me. If I don't have this token, won't the poisonous gas directly invade my body?" The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Thus, Xiaoyang decided to test it out. He slowly released the token in his hand. After the token fell to the ground, the surrounding dense spirit qi seemed to have found a target to attack, and immediately swept toward Xiaoyang. The dense fog was like a wave. They were very viscous, almost forming a liquid, making it difficult to breathe. As expected, Xiaoyang confirmed his guess and couldn't help but be overjoyed. Feeling the existence of various kinds of poison qi, he didn't want the token anymore. He immediately sat down cross-legged and absorbed the poison qi in large mouthfuls. After absorbing the poison qi, he immediately operated the heaven-devouring poison tyrant secret art and continuously refined the poison qi. In order to speed up, he even stimulated the poison vein in his body and even summoned the bloodthirsty ice worm to help refine the poison qi. When the bloodthirsty ice worm appeared here, it excitedly squeaked and was very excited. The poison qi here was really too dense, and there were all kinds of poisons. There are hundreds and thousands of them. After these poisons combined and melted, they gave birth to new poisons. Some poisons even Xiaoyang didn't recognize, but it didn't matter. As long as it was poison, he could refine and absorb it. After refining and absorbing the poison qi for a while, Xiaoyang clearly felt that he was about to break through. He was overjoyed and said to the bloodthirsty ice worm, "Come, give me the purified poison qi." The bloodthirsty ice worm opened its mouth and spat out all the purified poison qi to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang opened his mouth and inhaled. Using the poison vein, he instantly refined the poison qi. His cultivation also soared in an instant, directly rising from the martial ancestor realm to the second stage martial ancestor realm. Awesome! This kind of carefree feeling made Xiaoyang unable to help but let out a shout. He clenched his fist and felt that his body was filled with explosive power. This was the power of the second stage martial ancestor realm. He looked around again. The originally dense poison qi was now much fainter. Instead, the amount of spiritual qi here surpassed the poison qi. Let's go. It seems that I can't continue absorbing. Xiao Yang murmured. The existence of the 100 Poison Valley was because the two types of gas had reached a balance, which was why it was such a strange place. If he continued to refine and absorb the remaining poisonous gas, there might be a gas accident. The bloodthirsty ice worm was very obedient. It squeaked and immediately returned to Xiao Yang's side. After this effort, the bloodthirsty ice worm's cultivation also broke through to the 9th stage martial master realm. Its progress was terrifying and astonishing. Even Xiao Yang couldn't imagine it. The bloodthirsty ice worm's evolution was to continuously purify various kinds of poison qi. The more poison qi it purified, the faster its progress would be. And the purified poison qi would be more convenient for Xiao Yang to absorb. The two could be said to complement each other. After approaching the entrance of the cave, he saw that Lan Jia was still cultivating. Because most of the poison qi in the cave had been absorbed by Xiao Yang, the spiritual qi was denser. It was convenient for Lan Jia to absorb. Lan Jia's progress was also very fast. She actually reached the 4th stage martial master realm. After reaching this realm, it seemed that cultivation had reached a saturation period. No matter how much she cultivated, she didn't gain any more benefits. Helpless, she could only give up. After opening her eyes, the first thing she saw was Xiao Yang. "Cousin, you also came out?" She was very excited. Xiao Yang nodded and walked towards the entrance of the cave. He didn't know how long it had been since he came here. He also didn't know if Xiao Man was in danger outside. If the Wang family couldn't find him, they would definitely find trouble with Xiao Man. He couldn't help but feel worried. Lan Jia was very lively. After getting up, she circled around Xiao Yang and excitedly said, "Cousin, did you break through? Look at my realm. Isn't it powerful?" "Cousin, just let me try my power." Along the way, Lan Jia kept pestering Xiao Yang. She even grabbed Xiao Yang's hands and kept swinging them back and forth like a spoiled child. Xiao Yang couldn't stand her chattering any longer and explained, "I broke through a level and reached the 2nd level of the martial ancestor realm. You're pretty good too, reaching the 4th level of the martial master realm. With your battle strength, you should be able to easily crush Wang Zixing and Lan Jiaoshui." "Really? Oh yeah, that's great. Cousin, huh?" Chapter 187. Lan Jia became even more excited. She jumped up and down on the spot. She was extremely excited and happy. After walking out of the cave, she immediately used her flying technique. She wanted to leave the 100 Poison Valley as fast as possible. She wanted to show others how powerful she was, especially Wang Zixing and Lan Jia. These two had suppressed her before, so she wanted to give them a surprise. Before leaving the 100 Poison Valley, they arrived at cave number 50. Lan Jia and Xiao Yang, who were flying in the air, saw two familiar figures below. It was Qian Duo and Lan Jiaoshui. "Oh, my good cousin, you're hiding here." Lan Jia sneered and immediately landed on the ground. Xiao Yang, who was following behind Lan Jia, hesitated for a moment but could only follow. After all, Qian Duo was by Lan Jiaoshui's side. Although Lan Jia's cultivation had reached the 4th stage of the martial master realm, which was enough to deal with Lan Jiaoshui, it was still not enough to deal with Qian Duo. "It's you, Lan Jia. Very good, slut, stinky girl. I was just looking for you. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me." At this moment, Lan Jiaoshui was very proud and full of confidence. Xiao Yang glanced at her and saw that she had advanced a stage here. At the same time, he also felt the hostility released by Qian Duo. Sweeping his gaze over, he could see with a glance that the other party had risen to the level of a martial master. No wonder he dared to challenge him so unscrupulously. The corner of his mouth curved into a mocking smile. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. Lan Jia couldn't wait to make a move. She immediately scolded Lan Jiaoshui, "You lewd bitch. As the last place of the selection, you still have the nerve to enter the 100 Poison Valley. Do you still want your face?" Humph. In fact, as long as one was qualified to participate in the selection, they could enter the 100 Poison Valley. Winning or losing was only the location of the cave. The winner could choose the precious cave first, and the loser could only pick the leftovers. At the mention of this, Lan Jiaoshui became angry. Previously, they were defeated by Xiaoyang, and they were still brooding about it. Could it be that their cultivation had increased by a level? Or could it be that they had met their old rivals here? She couldn't bear it any longer, and angrily shouted at Lan Jiaya, "Lan Jiaya, what are you shouting about? Do you really think you can defeat me? What a joke! We're just going easy on you. If you don't believe me, come, let's exchange some pointers." "Sure, I'm not afraid of you." Lan Jiaya looked at the stubborn opponent and felt unhappy. She coldly snorted and used a martial skill to attack the opponent. Lan Jiaoshui also wanted to teach Lan Jiaya a lesson. She wanted to see how powerful Lan Jiaya was after she advanced to the next realm. Therefore, she immediately started fighting with Lan Jiaya. After the two exchanged more than 10 moves, Lan Jiaya suddenly released the tyrannical cultivation of a 4th stage martial master. Just by relying on her superior aura and pressure, she was able to intimidate Lan Jiaoshui. Then, Lan Jiaya took the opportunity to attack and directly sent Lan Jiaoshui flying. "Ha ha ha, bitch, you've lost. Let's see how you can still be stubborn and how arrogant you can be in the future." Lan Jiaya made a funny face at Lan Jiaoshui with her hands on her hips and shouted loudly. She had the appearance of a villain who was intoxicated with success. The gloominess in her heart was swept away and she was elated. Before this, she had always been suppressed by Lan Jiaoshui. However, from this moment onwards, she could counterattack. Next time, as long as she saw Lan Jiaoshui, she could suppress and bully her. Just thinking about it made her feel good. You actually advanced to the 4th stage martial master?" Lan Jiaoshui's face was pale and blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Just now, she received a heavy injury from Lan Jiaya's attack. This injury was not important. What was important was that Lan Jiaya's cultivation had surpassed her. This caused her self-esteem to suffer a huge blow. One must know that she was older than Lan Jiaya by 2 years. Therefore, she occupied a certain amount of time in cultivation. She had always been the one who suppressed and bullied Lan Jiaya. Now, Lan Jiaya had unexpectedly leaped over the dragon gate and overturned the heavens. How could she feel good? Could it be that she could only submit to Lan Jiaya in the future? Just thinking about it made her feel wronged. She was angry and resentful, but she couldn't vent it on Lan Jiaya. She could only change her target and vent all her dissatisfaction on Qian Duo. She shouted at Qian Duo, "It's all your fault. You promised to let me cultivate in one of the top 5 abodes, but now it's the underworld that's ranked last. My cousin got the number 1 abode. Look, she increased her cultivation by several realms, but only we increased our cultivation by 1 realm. This is all your fault. You have to pay for it. You have to pay for it," Lan Jiaoshui said and directly cried. Her eyes were moist and tears flowed down her cheeks and fell to the ground. Anyone who saw her couldn't help but feel pity for her. Qian Duo couldn't bear it anymore. His family was only a second-rate family. It was far from being comparable to a first-rate family like the Lan family. If he could catch up with the goddess Lan Jiaoshui, his status would instantly rise. Not to mention, he really liked Lan Jiaoshui. Now, seeing the woman he liked being bullied like this, how could he bear it? 7th young Miss Lan Jiaya, I still have the same words. For your cousin's sake, I won't bully you. Please move aside. I have some grudges with Xiaoyang. Qian Duo didn't dare to find trouble with Lan Ji. He directly targeted Xiaoyang. He remembered that during the selection, Xiaoyang only displayed the cultivation of a 9th stage martial master. Now that Duo had cultivated in the 100 Poison Valley, he had also advanced to the 9th stage Martial Master Realm. Therefore, he was confident that he could compete with Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, come out if you have the guts. I admit that I was defeated by you before, but this time I want to get back at you. If you admit defeat, I can let you go. Duoduo's gaze fell on Xiaoyang and roared at Xiaoyang. Then he released his cultivation and used his aura to firmly lock onto Xiaoyang, as if to prevent Xiaoyang from escaping. This made Xiaoyang feel as if he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was a dignified, 2nd stage martial ancestor realm, but someone actually came to provoke him. He didn't know how to feel. Duo, right? I don't want to bully you. I advise you to restrain yourself. Xiaoyang kindly advised. With his current cultivation, even an ordinary martial ancestor wouldn't be able to escape from his attack. Even if he faced a martial ancestor of the same realm, he was confident that he could fight across realms, let alone a guy who hadn't even broken through to the martial ancestor realm. Making a move against such a weakling was simply an insult to his status, and would also dirty his hands. However, Duo treated Xiaoyang's kindness as malice. He thought that Xiaoyang was afraid, so he said such frightening words. Chapter 188. He sneered again and again. His eyes were full of ridicule as he said disdainfully, Xiaoyang, what's the use of being stubborn now? The most important thing is still cultivation. You should just obediently send yourself to death. Humph! He couldn't stand this kind of pretentious person the most. With a roar, he immediately attacked Xiaoyang. Arrogant Dragon's Remorse. This was the martial skill that made him famous. It was a low-grade, profound level martial skill. When it was used, its power was even stronger than during the selection. After all, this time he was using the cultivation of a 9th stage martial master to use it. A large flame instantly filled half of the valley. The valley was filled with flames like a vast ocean. These flames condensed and formed a fire dragon with ferocious dragon horns. After a dragon roar, it rushed towards Xiaoyang to attack. Xiaoyang smiled faintly. He didn't put these fire dragons in his eyes at all. He also didn't care about Duo. Xiaoyang simply released a defensive light shield that directly enveloped himself and Lan Jie. No matter how the flames burned, no matter how the fire dragons attacked, they couldn't hurt Xiaoyang in the slightest. These fire dragons didn't even get close to Xiaoyang before collapsing one after another, let alone break through Xiaoyang's defense. What? How is this possible? Duo couldn't help but widen his eyes. His eyes were filled with shock as he stood there dumbfounded. He saw that Xiaoyang was immune to his martial skill. Xiaoyang walked in the sea of flames, leisurely. After a few steps, he arrived in front of Duo. Duo, I already said that I don't want to bully you, but you still want to be beaten. Do you think I should beat you or beat you? Xiaoyang smiled faintly. His gaze was like the gaze of a god overlooking all living things. He gently lifted his hand and tapped his index finger on the man's forehead. Next, the man's martial technique was interrupted. The arrogant dragon regrets collapsed, and the sea of flames vanished. The flame dragon also dissipated. When Duo was touched by Xiaoyang, his face instantly turned pale. His body was invaded by a strong poison. He couldn't help but frown and let out a muffled groan. Then he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body became weak in an instant. His spirit was dispirited, and his face seemed to have aged several years in an instant. Get lost. If you continue to be an eyesore, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold myself back from killing you. Xiaoyang spoke softly and turned around, no longer paying attention to him. Duoduo's face was full of bitterness. He glanced at Lan Jiaoshui and silently left. He knew that he had failed once again. He no longer had the face to pursue Lan Jiaoshui. His heart was filled with pain and helplessness. Bastard, damn it. Xiaoyang, right? Just you wait, I won't let you off. When Lan Jiaoshui saw that Qian Duoduo had failed once again, all the anger in her heart was transferred to Xiaoyang. She hated Xiaoyang to the bone. If it wasn't for Xiaoyang, she could still be in the limelight and still be able to suppress Lan Jia. It was because of Xiaoyang's appearance that she lost all her glory and even allowed Lan Jia to suppress her. How could an arrogant noble like her endure this? Xiaoyang frowned. He glanced at Lan Jiaoshui, but didn't say anything. To be honest, Xiaoyang didn't think that he had any grudges with her. After all, she was also a member of the Lan clan. Her hatred towards him was somewhat inexplicable. Lan Jiaye couldn't stand it anymore and scolded Lan Jiaoshui. Lan Jiaoshui, what are you doing? What's wrong with giving you a blow? You've given me so many blows for so many years, and I still haven't exploded. Can't you be a little more mature? I think that Qian Duoduo is quite good. You should cherish him. Although both sides were like fire and water and had been fighting since the beginning, they were still members of the same clan. Lan Jiaoshui's expression was somewhat complicated. She coldly snorted and immediately turned to leave. Let's go. Let's get out of here, quickly. Xiaoyang urged. He estimated that they had spent a lot of time entering this place. He didn't know how Xiao Man was doing outside. And okay. Lan Jiaoye responded and followed Xiaoyang out. Anyway, she had vented her anger and was elated. Naturally, her heart was a lot smoother and her mind was clear. When they came out of the 100 Poison Valley, they saw many people standing outside. They heard Wang Zixing's roar from below. Just a lowly servant. Now that the time has come and your young master hasn't appeared, I'll use your life to redeem his mistake. Humph. Immediately after, Xiaoyang and Lan Jiaye saw Wang Zixing, a rank 4 martial master, rushing toward Xiao Man to attack. Xiao Man was only a rank 7 martial master. How could she be Wang Zixing's opponent? If she was caught by him, only death would await her. One must know that before today, even Lan Jiaye wasn't Wang Zixing's opponent, not to mention a servant from a small town. Xiao Man stopped Wang Zixing. Are you tired of living? Lan Jiaoye was anxious and her expression was worried. She was still in the air and didn't have time to descend. She directly shouted at Wang Zixing. So it's the 7th miss of the Lan clan. I didn't expect you to be here. You're just someone that this young master wants to deal with. Do you think I'll stop just because you told me to? Who do you think I am? Ridiculous. Wang Zixing didn't give Lan Jiaye any face. After a sneer, his moves became sharper, as if he wanted to kill Xiao Man. This made Lan Jiaye even more anxious. Wang Zixing, if you hurt her, I, Lan Jiaye, will not rest until you're dead. Lan Jiaye was very anxious. She could only shout at Wang Zixing and quickly descend. However, her speed was still too slow. Wang Zixing was already in front of Xiao Man, seeing that he was going to kill Xiao Man in the next second. She couldn't help but roar in grief and indignation. Her eyes were red. Die for me. Those who offend this young master have never been able to live past tomorrow. Wang Zixing grinned at Xiao Man and increased the strength of his palm. As long as he touched Xiao Man would die in an instant. However, when his palm was an inch away from Xiao Man, his palm couldn't press down anymore. No matter how much strength he used, the result was the same. This made him angry. He didn't believe that he couldn't even kill a martial master's servant. Wang Zixing once again released his strength and condensed his cultivation on his palm. There seemed to be an invisible layer of defense around Xiao Man. No matter how much strength he used, he couldn't hurt Xiao Man at all. This caused Wang Zixing to be greatly surprised, and he thought to himself, what the hell? That's enough. Wang Zixing, I let you go on the street, and now you're here to die. A faint voice rang out. When Wang Zixing heard it, he felt his scalp go numb. This voice was too familiar. It was Xiaoyang's. After all, Xiaoyang was a martial ancestor. In terms of speed, he was much faster than Lan Jiaoye. Chapter 189. At this moment, he appeared beside Xiao Man and used a martial ancestor's defensive light barrier to block Wang Zixing's attack. He gently raised his hand and waved it. Wang Zixing's body frantically retreated as if he was withstanding an unstoppable force. Young master. Xiao Man saw Xiaoyang and suddenly had the urge to cry. Her eyes immediately became moist. If Xiaoyang didn't arrive in time, Xiao Man was worried that she would never see Xiaoyang again. In fact, the situation wasn't that dangerous. After all, Fiery Bird was with Xiao Man. It was just that people tend to forget things when they're nervous. And it's okay. Young master will get justice for you. Xiaoyang promised Xiao Man. In fact, Xiao Man didn't need any justice. She only wanted Xiaoyang to be fine. However, since Xiaoyang spoke, she didn't refute. Xiao Man, are you okay? This Wang Zixing is too overbearing and arrogant. He's just a loser, and yet he dares to be so rampant. See if I don't teach him a lesson. After Lan Jiaya landed beside Xiao Man, she looked at Xiao Man worriedly. Since she acknowledged him as her cousin, she naturally loved him and loved Xiao Man. Just watch and see. Lan Jiaya was now full of fighting spirit. After coming out of the 100 Poison Valley Cave No. 1, she wanted to find 2 people to settle the score. One was Lan Jiaoshui, who was already defeated by her, and the other was Wang Zixing. After all, Wang Zixing relied on his 4th stage martial master cultivation to bully her. Now, he even dared to kill Xiao Man in front of her. She couldn't tolerate it. Wang Zixing, if you have the guts, come out. Let's fight one-on-one. Do you dare or not? Lan Jiaya sneered at Wang Zixing. She was now a 4th stage martial master and wasn't afraid of him. Just you? If it wasn't for that kid standing up for you, I would have already taken you down. Wang Zixing disdained Lan Jiaya and spoke with contempt. He was only afraid of Xiaoyang. Just now, he couldn't even break through Xiaoyang's defense on Xiao Man. He didn't even know when Xiaoyang appeared beside Xiao Man, putting aside Xiaoyang. If he were to face Lan Jiaya one-on-one, he had full confidence that he could defeat her. Stop talking nonsense, bring it on. Lan Jiaya got into a stance, ready to receive Wang Zixing's attack. When they were on their way here, it was true that Xiaoyang had taken the lead in the conflict on the street. However, this time, she decided to use her own strength to teach the other party a lesson. She wanted to teach the other party a lesson so that the other party would not look down on her every day. The 2 instantly started fighting. In just half a minute, they had exchanged over 100 moves. On the 101st move, Lan Jiaya defeated her opponent with a slight advantage. Wang Zixing was shocked. He staggered back and even fell to the ground. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't understand how Lan Jiaya could become so powerful in such a short period of time. In the process of exchanging blows, the more he fought, the more shocked he became because Lan Jiaya's strength wasn't inferior to his. Even at the last moment, he was 1 step behind and lost to Lan Jiaya. Wang Zixing, did you see that? This is my strength. Look at you, what's there to show off? You're always acting so high and mighty. Don't you feel ashamed? Lan Jiaya mocked and ridiculed Wang Zixing. Her heart was incomparably satisfied and comfortable. This person who used to suppress her was defeated by her. Thinking about it, she felt that there was nothing left to pursue in life. She was already satisfied. Wang Zixing's face turned green and white. He didn't dare to continue fighting with Lan Jiaya. Let me tell you, don't be so arrogant. I'll let you be happy for a while. He didn't have the confidence to fight with Lan Jiaya. He might as well leave behind some harsh words to save some face. Then he looked at Chief Instructor Wang, who had his arms crossed in front of his chest. Chief Instructor Wang was a martial ancestor realm expert. The reason he was invited was because of the matter between Wang Zizhong and Chief Instructor Wang. Wang Zizhong had his cultivation crippled by Xiaoyang. Then, Chief Instructor Wang crippled his own cultivation. Chief Instructor Wang couldn't stand it anymore. He decided to represent the Wang family and teach Xiaoyang a lesson. He didn't want him to be so arrogant that he crippled people from the Wang family twice in a row. The Wang family's face still needed to be protected. Chief Instructor, that person is Xiaoyang. Many of our family members have been killed by him. Please come out and help us get justice. Wang Zixing said to Chief Instructor Wang with a sincere face. However, he was secretly laughing coldly in his heart. Lan Jiaoya, just you wait. Once you're defeated, you'll be meat on my chopping board. I'll make you wish you were dead. Chief Instructor Wang's face was gloomy. His gaze fell on Xiaoyang. When he saw Xiaoyang protect Xiaoman, he knew that he was at least a martial ancestor realm expert. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. He even dared to attack people from the Wang family. However, there were differences between martial ancestor realm experts. They were also divided into different levels. In Chief Instructor Wang's opinion, this young martial ancestor realm expert shouldn't have much power. He should be able to take care of him. Moreover, even if he couldn't take care of him, there was still Wang Zifei. Wang Zifei was defeated by Xiaoyang in the preliminaries. He was unwilling to accept it. After entering the 100 Poison Valley, he had already broken through from Martial Master Realm to Martial Ancestor Realm. In other words, there were two people from the Wang family who were Martial Ancestor Realm experts. Dealing with a mere Xiaoyang would be a piece of cake. You're Xiaoyang? You crippled the cultivation of 3 or 4 members of my Wang family, didn't you? Chief Instructor Wang coldly stared at Xiaoyang as he spoke. He released a powerful aura that enveloped the entire area. Everyone was shocked. After all, this was the aura of a martial ancestor realm expert. Xiaoyang faintly smiled and calmly said, "They were arrogant and disrespectful. They tried to harm my people. Naturally, they should be punished. Since your Wang family didn't teach them well, I don't mind teaching them for you." Impudent! You're so arrogant at such a young age. Who are you to teach the men of my Wang family a lesson? It's good that you admit it. As the saying goes, a life for a life. Since you crippled their cultivation, I'll kill you today, and our grudge will be over. Chief Instructor Wang took a stance and prepared to attack Xiaoyang. Many of the onlookers raised their spirits and looked over with full attention. After all, this was a martial ancestor realm expert making a move. It was rare to see such a thing. Even if they were just observing, they would still be able to gain something. With just you, you're still too inexperienced. You Wang Zifei, right? Come at me together. Xiaoyang disdainfully glanced at Chief Instructor Wang. Chapter 190. Then he looked at Wang Zifei, who was not far away. Wang Zifei's hostility was so obvious that it was hard not to notice. Since they all wanted to attack him, he might as well let them attack him together so that he would not have to fight them one by one. Arrogant. I alone am enough to deal with you. Chief Instructor Wang roared at Xiaoyang. As a martial arts grandmaster, they had their own dignity. How could they allow others to interfere? Otherwise, others would think that martial arts grandmasters were useless. Wang Zifei did not plan to attack and continued to observe. He wanted to settle the grudge between him and Xiaoyang alone. This was his dignity. Up to you. I'll cripple you first so that you don't know how to cherish the opportunity one gave you. Xiaoyang said coldly. His cultivation of a level 2 martial arts grandmaster exploded, and he immediately used the 1,000 poisonous hands. Countless palm prints that contained deadly poison instantly enveloped Chief Instructor Wang. The speed was fast, and the aura was fierce. The power was even more impressive. It was the aura of a level 2 martial arts grandmaster. A mere martial arts grandmaster's heart raced, and his face was filled with shock. Chief Instructor Wang did not expect Xiaoyang to be a level 2 martial arts grandmaster at such a young age. If he had known earlier, he would not have been so arrogant. Now that the fight had reached a critical juncture, he had no choice but to attack. With a roar, he immediately used his strongest fist, the Reckless Fist, to crush Xiaoyang. This Reckless Fist is quite powerful, but it's too slow. It's not enough to deal with me. Xiaoyang evaluated and used his movement skill, easily dodging his opponent's desolate fist attack. Hit! He circled behind head instructor Wang Zong and used his 1,000 poisonous palms to attack his back. Bang! With a muffled sound, Chief Instructor Wang groaned as he was sent flying. In an instant, his skin turned black. It was a sign of being poisoned. Just as he was about to attack again in anger, he suddenly felt his body go limp and powerless. He released his divine sense to check the situation in his body and saw that his meridians and dantian were being attacked and eroded by the poison. Bastard! Damn it! Use poison! Head Instructor Wang was infuriated. At this moment, he could no longer continue to fight. He could only desperately circulate his cultivation in an attempt to suppress the poison and injuries in his body. At the same time, he took out a large number of antidote pills and swallowed them in an attempt to detoxify the poison. However, these detoxification pills could only treat the symptoms but not the root cause. They could only temporarily alleviate the toxins and could not completely remove them. I already told you to come at me together. Why is it that no one believes my sincere words? Xiaoyang mocked himself. He slowly walked towards Head Instructor Wang. At this moment, Chief Instructor Wang was recuperating, so it was not appropriate for him to use force. When he saw Xiaoyang coming over, his whole face changed. He reprimanded Xiaoyang. "Stop! What are you doing here? Do you believe that I won't take you down with me? Those who attack are responsible for their own life and death. The dignity of a martial ancestor cannot be challenged. Don't you understand this principle?" Xiaoyang mocked him. He slowly raised his hand in an attempt to suppress him. It was at this moment that an extremely fast figure charged towards Lil, Man, and Lanjaya in an instant. That person was Wang Zifei. This person could not be underestimated. During the selection, he was only a 9th level martial master. However, after coming out of the 100 Poison Valley, he had already advanced to a martial ancestor. The reason why he chose these two people to attack was to threaten Xiaoyang. Xiao Man and Lan Jiaya could be considered Xiaoyang's friends. These two people's cultivations were very weak. Wang Zifei, who had the cultivation of a martial ancestor, could easily control them. At that time, Xiaoyang would have to obey him. So what if Xiaoyang paid attention to them? Originally, Wang Zifei wanted to challenge Xiaoyang to a duel to see who was better. However, when he saw Instructor Wang, a Wuzong, being defeated by Zhang Tianyi, he changed his mind. Xiaoyang, you'll have a good time in a while. Wang Zifei thought viciously. His speed once again increased by a bit. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Xiao Man and Lan Jiaya. He raised his hand and released the might and power of a martial ancestor in an attempt to completely control the two people. In an instant, Xiao Man and Lan Jiaya were so scared that their faces turned pale. Their hearts were filled with fear. Their expressions were panicked, and they staggered backwards. "Suppress!" Wang Zifei roared. He became even more crazy, and the power he released was even more terrifying. Xiaoyang frowned. He wanted to go forward and help, but at this moment, Instructor Wang no longer cared about his own injuries. He chose to cooperate with Wang Zifei and immediately attacked Xiaoyang in an attempt to delay Xiaoyang. Shameless. These two people are too shameless. Previously, when Xiaoyang asked them to work together, they thought that they were better than others and disdained to work together. Now, when they saw one of them lose, they couldn't help but work together. I despise them. If this situation continues, Xiaoyang and the others will be finished. After all, they are two martial ancestors working together. Instructor Wang is entangled with Xiaoyang, and Wang Zifei is using his martial ancestor cultivation to suppress the two girls. They can't turn the tables. They are finished. The surrounding crowd looked at the situation in front of them and couldn't help but curse. They cursed the two martial ancestors of the Wang family for being despicable and shameless. There were also many people who sympathized with Xiaoyang and the other two. "Xiaoyang, you still want to save them? Have you asked me? As long as Wang Zifei controls them, You can only wait for death." Head instructor Wang sneered and mocked Xiaoyang as he brutally attacked him. If the situation developed as he said, then Xiaoyang could only surrender. However, they were too naive and almost ignored the existence of Fiery Bird. Xiaoyang found it funny and sneered. "You think that by ignoring your injuries you can decide the outcome? You are too naive." In an instant he used the firmament palm and sent the heavily injured coach, Wang, flying with a 5-fingered mountain peak. Coach Wang spat out blood and fell to the ground, unable to fight anymore. However, he was satisfied. At least he had bought some time for Wang Zifei. What made him and the crowd dumbfounded was that after Xiaoyang was no longer entangled, he didn't immediately help Xiaoman and Lan Jia. Instead, he leisurely walked towards Instructor Wang with a smile. "What is this guy playing at?" Instructor Wang looked at Xiaoyang walking towards him and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Everyone knew that the moment Wang Zifei took control of Xiaoman and Lan Jia was the moment Xiaoyang submitted to him. Not only did Xiaoyang not help, but he also came here to wander around. "Instructor Wang, right? Even if I don't help, you will still decide the outcome. I am just giving you a chance to see." Chapter 191. Xiaoyang said confidently. In the other direction, Wang Zifei saw that Xiaoyang didn't kill him and let out a sigh of relief. This way, he would have more time to suppress Xiaoman and Lan Jia. However, just as he approached the two women and attacked them, his expression changed greatly. Then his expression became one of shock. His eyes were filled with fear, and he couldn't help but quickly retreat. However, his speed was still too slow. When he felt the killing intent and retreated a few steps, the flamingo on Xiaoman's shoulder suddenly cried out. In an instant, it exploded with a huge amount of demonic power and rushed towards Wang Zifei to attack. The moment its body moved, it expanded to a size of 100 feet. After it extended its wings, it looked like it was 200 feet. It was like a mountain as it crushed Wang Zifei's body. The defensive light shield on Wang Zifei's body was extremely weak. It collapsed like tofu. His entire body was also hit by a huge force. He couldn't help but cry out and spit out a large mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as snow and his eyes were filled with fear and shock. The sudden appearance of this scene shocked everyone present. Their faces were filled with shock and their eyes were filled with disbelief. They even forgot to cry out in surprise and uproar. They could only stare blankly. Only Wang Zifei, the person involved, had a bitter face and his heart was filled with grievance. He originally thought that with Chief Instructor Wang restraining Xiaoyang, he could use his martial arts great master cultivation to take down Xiaoman and then threaten Xiaoyang. However, the world was unpredictable. He really didn't expect that the unremarkable flamingo on Xiaoman's shoulder would be so powerful. It was just like a martial arts great master's demonic pet. At the same time that it shocked him, it made him feel even more helpless. One had to know that even in the entire martial Yang city, up until now, even the two patriarchs didn't have a martial arts great master's pet. It could be seen how difficult it was to find a pet and how difficult it was to tame it. He had to admit defeat at the hands of Xiaoyang. Heavens, what did I just see? That's a martial arts great master's demonic pet. Damn, I was wondering why Xiaoyang didn't go and help. It seems that he had already planned this. This Wang Zifei is simply looking for trouble and humiliation. Who exactly is this Xiaoyang? Not only does he possess the cultivation of a martial ancestor realm, even his demon pet is a martial ancestor realm. Such boundless wealth is not something that someone in martial Yang City can compare with. The Wang clan is done for. They have offended 2 martial ancestor sects. How could Xiaoyang let them off so easily? The surrounding people were discussing animatedly. Head Instructor Wang had already sensed that the situation was not good. He did not even want to say another word. He immediately turned around and quickly fled. He unleashed his movement technique to the maximum. Coupled with his cultivation level as a martial arts grandmaster, He was more than 10 feet away in the blink of an eye. One had to know that the Wang clan did not have many martial ancestor realm masters. These days, if they wanted to gain a foothold in martial Yang City, they had to rely on the number of martial ancestor realm masters. If they suffered too many losses, the Lan clan would definitely not stand by and watch. At that time, the Lan clan would also launch a surprise attack. Then, the Wang clan would be finished. Therefore, Head Instructor Wang's idea now was to save as many as possible. Guards of the Wang clan, follow me. Wang Zifei, quickly retreat. As Head Instructor Wang fled, he did not forget to roar and shout so that Wang Zifei would retreat. As for the guards and servants of the Wang clan, they were used as cannon fodder. Their purpose was to delay Xiaoyang. Even if they could delay him for a few breaths of time, it would be worth it. Wang Zifei did not think too much. He took a deep breath and immediately unleashed his movement technique, quickly leaving this place. As for the guards and servants he brought, they were all shouting and rushing forward. Kill, kill, kill. Howling, they quickly attacked. They also knew their fate. After all, as servants, they had to have the awareness of a servant. Normally, they would be reprimanded by the young master or the old master for fun. In a life and death situation, they would be cannon fodder. This Wang clan is too shameless. How despicable. This time I have learned something new. This Wang clan is indeed unbearable. Fortunately, I did not join the Wang clan at that time. Otherwise, I would have been abandoned this time. Many of the onlookers heard Head Instructor Wang's arrangement and felt a chill run down their spines. They could not help but curse. In order to escape, he sent his subordinates to their deaths. This is simply scum. And that Wang Zifei, he said that he was one of the 5 heavenly prides. In my opinion, he is also a selfish and despicable person. Want to escape? Dream on. How can I let you off so easily after offending me? Humph, Xiaoyang snorted coldly. Seeing that they were about to escape, he did not say anything and immediately chased after them. At the same time, he ordered Fiery Bird. Fiery Bird, you don't have to worry about this matter. You must capture that Wang Zifei for me. Our dignity cannot be disgraced. Fiery Bird screamed and quickly rushed towards Wang Zifei. In terms of speed, Wang Zifei was no match for the flying type Fiery Bird. In addition, he was injured, so his speed was a little slower. Soon, Fiery Bird caught up with him. In desperation, Wang Zifei could only cry out in grief and indignation. Then he roared at Fiery Bird and angrily attacked. He planned to fight to the death with Fiery Bird. This was also something that could not be helped because he could not escape at all. He could only fight with all his strength and see if he could win by luck. A group of scum dare to block my way. Courting death. Xiaoyang looked at Head Instructor Wang's back as he walked further and further away. He couldn't help but feel a little angry. He frowned and his temperament turned cold. He let out a roar and stomped his foot on the ground. Along with the explosion of his terrifying cultivation, it was as if a violent shock wave exploded from his body. This shock wave was extremely overbearing and swept across the area. In the blink of an eye, everyone within a radius of 10 feet was sent flying. Oh my God. The expressions of the Wang family guards and servants who were attacking him all changed drastically. Their faces were filled with shock as they flew into the air. They lost control of their bodies and quickly crashed to the ground. Following a series of bangs, another wave of howls rang out. Xiaoyang did not bother to pay attention to them. His figure had already disappeared. After locking on to Head Instructor Wang, he quickly chased after him. Ever since he entered the 100 Poison Valley, his cultivation had increased by a realm and he had reached the 2nd level of martial arts Grandmaster. His current speed could not be compared to before. In a few moments, he had caught up and was dozens of steps away from Head Instructor Wang. After about a breath's time, he had caught up with Head Instructor Wang and was even walking side by side with him. Head Instructor Wang, do you think you can escape? Xiaoyang, who was flying side by side, turned his head and glanced at Head Instructor Wang with contempt. His eyes were full of disdain, and his expression was mocking. Chapter 192. A Ghost. Head Instructor Wang was startled by Xiaoyang, who suddenly caught up with him. He could not help but cry out in alarm. His face was filled with horror. Then, without caring about anything else, he turned over his hand and immediately condensed his cultivation, rushing toward Xiaoyang to slap him. Xiaoyang sneered, his eyes full of ridicule. His figure suddenly accelerated and dodged the opponent's attack. He stood in front of Head Instructor Wang calmly and got into a fighting posture. Come. I'll give you one more chance to fight. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to fight in this lifetime. He slightly raised his head and looked at Head Instructor Wang with contempt. Head Instructor Wang's expression changed. He really did not expect Xiaoyang's speed to be so fast. He could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. He hurriedly stood still and looked at Xiaoyang, saying, "Senior, this is all a misunderstanding. I think it's better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. How about we forget about this matter? Oh, right, I have a lot of gifts for you." He knew that he was not Xiaoyang's opponent at all. Whether it was the previous fight or the current one, Xiaoyang was far superior to him. If he used force, he would only die. Therefore, he decided to change his strategy and use a soft approach. Oh! Xiaoyang's eyes narrowed, and the smile on his face widened. It could be said that he was the poorest among the martial arts grandmasters. After all, almost all of his resources were used to break through. Now that he saw a martial arts grandmaster's generous gift, of course, he was interested. He waved his hand and directly took the gift from Head Instructor Wang in his hand. Then he used his divine sense to check it. And not bad. At least there were a lot of medicinal herbs and elixirs. Even the miscellaneous cultivation resources were also valuable. Not to mention there were a lot of spirit stones inside. Xiaoyang could not help but be tempted. Looks like it might really be a misunderstanding. However, the cost is a little low. After all, you brought your people here to kill me. Do you think that I, Xiaoyang, am easy to fool with just this little gift? After Xiaoyang put away the gift in his hand, he looked at Head Instructor Wang with dissatisfaction. The desire and greed in his eyes were clearly visible. What an insatiable fellow! Head Instructor Wang could not help but whisper, but he did not dare to show it on his face. He took out a lot of treasures from his body and looked at Xiaoyang with a pained face, saying, Senior, what I just gave you was just the beginning." After that, he reluctantly gave away a few items that he had on hand. After Xiaoyang received them, his eyes could not help but light up. His heart was filled with joy. There were 3 mystic-level magic weapons. Although they were a little broken, their power was not bad. There were also a few talismans. From the aura of the talismans, it should be left behind from ancient times. There were also a few cultivation methods and a few jade slips. Compared to these jade slips, there were unusual things recorded in them. "Okay, I've decided not to kill you." Xiaoyang touched his chin and said lightly. Anyway, he was not interested in killing people. Unless it was a last resort, he would not kill. Head Instructor Wang finally let out a sigh of relief, and his expression relaxed a lot. He rolled his eyes and quickly came up with a new idea. From Xiaoyang's behavior, he could tell that Xiaoyang was quite greedy. If he could recruit Xiaoyang, he would have done a great service this time, and all his previous mistakes would be erased. He immediately smiled and said, "Senior, why don't you come to the Wang family to be a consecrator? You know, the gift I just gave is just a drop in the ocean. If you are willing to come, with your ability, the Wang family will definitely be willing to pay double the reward." Xiaoyang curled his lips and disdained this idea. In Donglin town, the Wang family sent 2 martial arts grandmasters to destroy the Xiao family. Now, the Wang family of Donglin town had become a subsidiary of the Xiao family. How could the Wang family let it go? Not to mention that he had killed one of the Wang family's geniuses, Wang Zilai. Once the Wang family knew, it would definitely be a matter of life and death. Also, his mother, Lan Xingming, was a member of the Lan family. The Lan family and the Wang family were like fire and water. How could he join the Wang family? This would make his mother unhappy. After thinking about it, Xiao Yang refused. Head instructor Wang saw the change in Xiao Yang's expression and knew that Xiao Yang would not agree for a while. He was in a hurry to leave here. He immediately smiled and said, "Senior, you can consider this matter. The Wang family's door is open for you at any time. I'll leave first." He immediately left here. However, the moment he moved, Xiao Yang blocked in front of him. This made head instructor Wang stunned and his heart skipped a beat. He did not understand what Xiao Yang meant. After all, he had given the gift and the other party had promised not to kill him. Was he going to go back on his word? "Senior, do you have any other instructions?" "Don't worry, no matter what you want, I will do it for you." Head instructor Wang hurriedly promised. After all, he did not want to die. As long as he did not want to die, he had to satisfy Xiao Yang. "Well, I do have something for you to do." Xiao Yang had a faint smile on his face as he looked greedily at head instructor Wang. This made head instructor Wang's heart tighten. He said weakly, "I don't know what you want me to do. Let's not talk about anything else. In Wyong City, I can still do a lot of things." He was now bracing himself and was a little scared. "I said I wouldn't kill you, but I didn't say I would let you leave like this. Now I'll give you two choices. One is to destroy your cultivation, and the other is to give me your soul blood. You only have 3 breaths. If you don't make a choice, then I will make the choice for you." Xiao Yang said with a smile. He was not afraid that head instructor Wang would dare to act recklessly. He was now in a state of absolute control. What? Hearing Xiao Yang's unreasonable reason, head instructor Wang couldn't help but be shocked. His expression changed drastically, and he even staggered and almost fell to the ground. His body went soft. He didn't expect Xiao Yang's request to be so unreasonable. It was actually for this. You. He was so angry that he could not speak. He pointed a trembling finger at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang did not care. The corner of his mouth curled up and a faint, cold smile hung on his face. "So what if I'm strong? Anyway, you wanted to kill me before. I'm already being merciful by not killing you. 2. 3. Well, if you don't hand over your soul blood, then I will destroy you." Xiao Yang snorted. He raised his right hand and condensed his cultivation. He clawed at head instructor Wang, releasing the aura of a second-level martial grandmaster. Head instructor Wang's heart trembled violently. His expression changed drastically. Even his breathing became heavier and his eyes widened. Chapter 193. Seeing that Xiao Yang's actions did not seem to be fake, he could not help but tremble. His lips turned pale as he hurriedly shouted, "I'm willing to hand over the soul blood." After saying this, his entire person became dispirited. After all, this was something that broke his principles. It was also something that he, a martial arts great master, had to lower his head in compromise. This was a huge psychological blow. In the entire martial Yang city, which martial arts great master was not high and mighty. However, he could only recognize Xiao Yang as his master now. It was impossible for him not to feel sad. However, compared to crippling his cultivation, he felt that this was more worth it. Once he lost his cultivation, it was equivalent to falling from the clouds to the dust. Many of his enemies would definitely find trouble with him. Now, as long as he handed over the soul blood and served Xiao Yang well in the future, he would still be in the limelight. "Very good, you are very smart. Hurry up. Don't worry, I will not force you too much. After 100 years, I will set you free." Xiao Yang knew the effect of using the carrot and stick. He immediately gave a sweet date. This made Chief Instructor Wang even more tempted. Since he could not escape from Xiao Yang's evil clutches, he could only submit. "All right, I hope you will keep your word." Chief Instructor Wang sighed. His face was full of helplessness. He pointed his index finger between his eyebrows and took out the soul blood and handed it to Xiao Yang. Xiaoyang was so happy that he forgot himself. After all, as long as he received this drop of soul blood, he would have 3 martial arts great masters on his side. Ha ha ha, he couldn't help but want to laugh. There was no reason for him to hesitate. He immediately took the soul blood from Instructor Wang and put it into his storage ring. He released his divine sense. After sensing for a while, he immediately knew all of Instructor Wang's thoughts. He could even kill Instructor Wang with just a thought. Head Instructor Wang felt the other party's divine sense invading his sea of consciousness. He was shocked and terrified. Cold sweat flowed out. If the other party's divine sense wreaked havoc in his sea of consciousness, then he would be finished. Fortunately, the other party slowly retreated. He couldn't help but wipe the sweat off his forehead. He also knew that from now on he was Xiaoyang's man. His life was in Xiaoyang's hands. Greetings, Master. Chief Instructor Wang was lucky to have survived. He didn't dare to neglect Xiaoyang. He immediately knelt on the ground and saluted to Xiaoyang. Okay, get up and do what you need to do. Also, collect a detailed report on Blue Star Dream for me, including her friends and enemies, as well as her situation over the past few decades. The more detailed, the better. It's best if you give it to me as soon as possible. Xiaoyang ordered. Then he slowly turned around and prepared to leave. Yes, Master. Don't worry, Lan Xingming's information is easy to find. I'll send it to you in a few days. Head Instructor Wang responded and watched Xiaoyang leave. After all, he was a member of the Wang family. As long as he could find an excuse, he could easily access Lan Xingming's information. He could even use his identity as the head instructor to get people to gather more information. Xiaoyang returned to the entrance of 100 Poison Valley. Xiao Man and Lan Jiaoye were still waiting there. When they saw Xiaoyang, they were delighted. They smiled and walked up to him. They held on to Xiaoyang's hand and asked with concern, Young Master, how are you? Are you okay? Where's Chief Instructor Wang? I'm fine. He ran away. Fiery Bird hasn't returned yet? Xiaoyang asked softly. Not yet. Why don't we go look for them? Lan Jiaoye said. She was interested and curious about Fiery Bird. Although Fiery Bird belonged to Xiaoyang, he would still protect Xiao Man. If she could get Fiery Bird's recognition, then wouldn't Fiery Bird protect her too? Thinking of this, Lan Jiaoye's little heart couldn't help but thump. The sound of a bird's cry came from afar. Looking over, they saw Fiery Bird descending with a person in its beak. This person was Wang Zifei, who wanted to escape. At this moment, Wang Zifei's body was covered with injuries. It was a tragic sight. Senior, don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm a genius of the Wang family. Whatever you want, I can get it for you. When Wang Zifei saw Xiaoyang, he immediately trembled and knelt on the ground, his face full of fear. He only had one thought, and that was to live. As for other things, such as dignity and face, he didn't even think about them. In a life and death situation, staying alive was the most important thing. Xiaoyang blinked and glanced at the other party. He sneered and said, You wanted to attack Xiao Man before. How could I let you do that? If your evil plan had succeeded, I would have been in a very passive position. As his words fell, he didn't give Wang Zifei a chance to explain. His index finger touched Wang Zifei's forehead. Then his own cultivation rushed up. In an instant, Wang Zifei's cultivation was abolished. His meridians and dantian were completely destroyed. Wang Zifei couldn't bear the immense pain. He screamed and fell to the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Let's go. Xiaoyang left with Lan Jiaoye, Xiao Man, and Fiery Bird. As for the onlookers, their eyes were filled with awe and fear. They all opened up a path. Once again, they returned to the inn. After Xiaoyang freshened up, he went back to sleep. Young Master, you're awake. Xiao Man obediently brought up some warm water for Xiaoyang to wash his face. After Xiaoyang washed his face, he handed a list to Xiao Man and said, Go buy all these ingredients. As for the money, Use the name of the Lan family's 7th young miss. Yes, young master. Xiao Man held the list in both hands and quickly left. After Xiao Man left, Xiao Yang said softly, "Come down." As soon as his words fell, a masked figure came in through the window and appeared in front of Xiao Yang. This person was Chief Instructor Wang, who was subdued by Xiao Yang before. In fact, Chief Instructor Wang had been here for a long time. He just didn't show himself. When he saw Xiao Yang sleeping soundly, it wasn't that he didn't think of killing Xiao Yang. One must know that if he could quietly kill Xiao Yang, then he would be completely free. However, in the end, he didn't do it because he wasn't confident. He didn't know if Xiao Yang was tricking him. If he fell into Xiao Yang's trap, then he would die without a burial place. Master. He half knelt on the ground, cupped his hands, and saluted Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang nodded and said, "I'm not that kind of old scholar. I don't pay attention to this kind of fake etiquette. Next time you see me, you don't need to kneel. Did you find what I asked you to find?" In fact, he already knew that the other party was coming, so he purposely sent Xiao Man away. "Master's orders. I will do anything." "I found it," Chief Instructor Wang respectfully said, which was equivalent to asking for credit. Then he took out a jade slip and handed it to Xiao Yang. All the information was recorded on it. Chapter 194. Xiao Yang nodded and expressed his satisfaction. "All right, I'll call you if there's anything. You can go about your business." Chief Instructor Wang nodded and left through the window. With a few flashes, his figure disappeared from sight. He felt that this kind of life wasn't bad. At least he was free and relaxed. Fortunately, he made the right choice. Otherwise, it would be difficult to survive. Xiao Yang carefully read the information in his hands. Sometimes he was deep in thought, sometimes he was relieved, sometimes he was frowning, and sometimes he was smiling. The information was very detailed. It included Lan Xingming's life, her interesting stories, her friends and opponents, and her current situation. "I need to find a time to visit Mother in the Lan family." Xiao Yang faintly sighed. He walked out of the room and ate at the table outside. After the waiter served the food, he casually asked, "Why didn't the Lan family's 7th young miss come to eat? Go, call her." The waiter replied respectfully, "Sir, Miss 7 has gone out. She said that if you ask, I should tell you that she will be back in half a day. At that time, she will bring you back to the Lan family." After saying this, the waiter became even more curious and asked, "Sir, may I ask, are you also from the Lan family?" If he wasn't from the Lan family, then why would Lan Jiaya say that she would bring him back to the Lan family? This was something that puzzled him. "It's a private matter. All right, you can go about your business." Xiao Yang reminded him. The waiter hurriedly apologized and quickly left. He knew that this kind of thing wasn't something he could ask about. After all, he was only a servant among servants. He was only a servant who earned a few hundred coins a month. After the meal, Xiao Man came back, sweating profusely. "Young master, I bought everything for you," but Xiao Man was excited and happy but also hesitant. She hurriedly passed the things that Xiao Yang needed to Xiao Yang. After Xiao Yang received them, he inspected them and confirmed that there were no problems. He couldn't help but reveal a satisfied expression and nod his head in approval. He then asked, "But what?" Xiao Man hesitated for a moment and said, "These medicinal ingredients are extremely expensive. They cost a total of 1,000,000 gold coins and even cost 10 spirit stones. All of this is recorded in the account of the 7th young lady of the Lan family. Once she finds out, wouldn't she make a scene?" "Oh, right. Young master, what are spirit stones?" Looking at them, it seems like spirit stones are something very precious. It's not something that gold coins can compare to. She blinked her pure and beautiful eyes as she curiously asked Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang chuckled and beckoned for the waiter to come up. After ordering him to bring up a few more dishes, he looked at Xiao Man and explained, "Gold coins are the currency of the secular world. Spirit stones are the currency between cultivators. Naturally, they are different. That is to say, the currency between cultivators is of a higher grade than gold coins. In addition, spirit stones contain a lot of spirit energy. This spirit energy can be absorbed by cultivators to increase their cultivation speed. It can also be used to arrange arrays or treasures. There are many other uses. Wow, these spirit stones are so awesome. Then wouldn't it be terrible for the seventh young lady to owe 10 spirit stones? What should we do? What if she can't pay it back? If the family doesn't blame her, it would be too unfair to her. At this moment, Xiaoman seemed to have found her conscience. Her heart was full of guilt, and her face was full of unwillingness. She stared blankly at Xiaoyang. Her eyes were filled with longing. She hoped that Xiaoyang would relent and let her return these herbs. This way, she could clear Lan Jiaya's debt. Xiaoyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He chuckled and explained to Xiaoman, "Don't worry, the seventh young miss is richer than you think. Moreover, for breaking through to the next realm, these spirit stones and gold coins are nothing. You eat, I'm going to work. Don't let others disturb me." Xiaoyang watched the waiter bring up the dishes and let Xiaoman eat. Then he returned to his room alone. After arranging a simple defensive array and an isolation array, he began to refine pills. Alchemy was a serious matter that couldn't be sloppy. The alchemist must be meticulous, and the environment was also very particular. However, the current conditions weren't met, so Xiaoyang could only be particular. In any case, for Xiaoyang's alchemy skills, none of these problems were a problem. He cleared the table and chairs and sat cross-legged in the middle of the open space. Then he took out the alchemy furnace and the herbs. This time, he wasn't going to refine a high-level pill. It was only a profound-level pill. Moreover, this pill wasn't a poison pill, but a spirit pill. It had another name, the Realm Breakthrough Pill. As the name implied, this pill was used for cultivators to break through to the next realm. Xiaoyang had been pondering over this matter for a long time. Xiaoman had been with him for a long time, but she hadn't even broken through to the martial master realm. It was a bit too shabby, so he decided to help her. As for Lan Jia, since they had been together for the past few days, he might as well help her. After all, he was using her spirit stones and gold coins to buy the herbs. After taking out the alchemy furnace, Xiaoyang didn't say anything and immediately released the alchemy fire. The flame flapped and immediately wrapped around the alchemy furnace, burning with sizzling sounds. Unfortunately, it's only an ordinary alchemy fire. If I had a good alchemy fire, the refining speed would be much faster. However, it's fine. This time, it's only a low-level pill. It's not a top-level pill, so it should be fine. Under the burning flames, Xiaoyang threw one set of herbs after another into the alchemy furnace and slowly refined them. In less than half a cup of tea's time, these ordinary medicinal herbs had been refined one after another, and their essence had been extracted. The spirit qi was astonishing. If it weren't for the isolation array, this spirit qi would have spread out. "Condense," Xiaoyang said indifferently. His hands repeatedly formed seals, using an extraordinary alchemy technique to refine the herbs. After the time it took to make a cup of tea, all the herbs' essences were condensed. After they were formed, they were placed into the alchemy furnace to be refined and nourished. After another half a cup of tea's time, Xiaoyang retracted the alchemy fire. His gaze fell on the alchemy furnace, and his eyes revealed a smile. He murmured, "Finally, I'm about to succeed." After he sat cross-legged for a while, his spirit recovered a lot. Then he slowly stood up and walked towards the alchemy furnace. After opening the lid, more than 10 spiritual dawn floated out and were held in Xiaoyang's hand. Xiaoyang looked at the spiritual dawn in his hand and smiled in satisfaction. He waved his hand, took back the alchemy furnace and walked out the door. Just as he walked out the door, he saw Lan Jiao rushing towards him. She pouted her lips, her eyes were full of anger, and her expression was full of indignation. She kicked one after another, destroying the bonsai that was placed in the hallway. Chapter 195. Behind her, Xiao Man's face was filled with panic as she anxiously shouted, Seventh young lady, slow down. Young master said that he can't be disturbed right now. However, with her speed, how could she catch up to Lan Jiaoye? After all, Lan Jiaoye was a fourth-stage martial master. Bullshit, young master. I think he's just a troublemaker who only knows how to harm people. I've only left for half a day, and he already caused me such a huge debt. This is unbearable. Don't defend him. I think he's just asking for a beating. Lan Jiaoye was unable to restrain her anger. She quickly arrived at Xiao Yang's door. Just as she was about to violently knock on the door, she saw Xiao Yang coincidentally opening the door. Her anger immediately exploded as she pointed her slender hand at Xiao Yang and loudly scolded. Xiao Yang, what the hell are you doing? Tell me honestly, what did you do to make me bear such a huge debt? 1,000,000 gold coins, 10 spirit stones, your uncle. Do you think I'm a nouveau riche? If you don't give me an explanation today, don't even think about walking out of this door. I'm going to kill you. Lan Jiaoye was furious. She didn't care about her lady-like image anymore as she put her hands on her hips and cursed like a shrew. Spittle flew everywhere as she rushed at Xiao Yang. Her words made Xiao Man, who had just arrived, feel guilty because she was the one who bought the herbs. In other words, she was the one who spent it. She originally wanted to stop her, but now she didn't have the courage to speak. After all, she spent so much money without the other party knowing. She already knew that this matter would explode the bomb that was Lan Jiaoye, but she didn't expect it to explode so quickly. Now, she didn't know what to do. She could only look at Xiao Yang from time to time. In any case, she had no idea what to do. Such a huge amount of wealth. Even if she sold herself, she still wouldn't be able to gather it. Say something. Why are you looking at me like that? Don't think that just because you smiled at me, I'll let you go. This is 10 spirit stones. My God, if the family finds out, they'll kill me. Lan Jiaoye's face was filled with indignation. Because she was too angry, her pink cheeks were now bright red like a bright red apple, somewhat cute. Xiao Yang didn't care. He still had a faint smile on his face. He took out a spirit Dan and nonchalantly said, Do you know what kind of Dan this is? I don't care what kind of pill you have. Let me tell you, today, no matter what kind of bullshit pill you have, you won't be able to redeem my debt. I will clear my debt. Lan Jiaoye, she was angry to the extreme. She was so angry that she almost couldn't help but cry. Xiao Man, come, swallow this Dan, swallow this Dan. Xiao Yang Dan with Dan. Xiao Man Dan with master with Dan with Dan with Dan with Dan. Although Xiao Man had some doubts, she didn't doubt it. After receiving the Dan, she opened her cherry lips and swallowed it. When she swallowed it, the Dan melted in her mouth and turned into a rich Dan energy that circulated throughout her body. She felt so comfortable that she almost couldn't help but moan. However, she felt that it was too shameful, so she endured it. At this moment, she felt that her body was filled with power. The spiritual energy in her body seemed to have become stronger. When she revolved her cultivation method, the aura on her body changed again and again. Lan Jiaoye felt the change in Xiao Man's aura. Her face couldn't help but change. She was shocked and her eyes were filled with shock. This was because she could clearly feel that Xiao Man had broken through several cultivation realms in just a few breaths. Starting from the 7th stage of the warrior realm, she rose all the way to the 8th stage of the warrior realm. Then she reached the 9th stage of the warrior realm and almost broke through to the martial master realm. Lan Jiaoye swallowed her saliva again and again. She was shocked to the extreme. Her little heart was beating fast. What kind of Dan was this? It was so magical that it could let a person's cultivation break through several realms. She couldn't help but be moved. Young master, this is... Xiao Man felt her body's condition. She felt very comfortable, and her strength seemed to have increased a lot. However, she didn't understand why this happened, so she asked Xiao Yang in surprise. She felt that her cultivation had broken through several realms. It was like a dream. She couldn't believe it. You don't understand the situation, right? Then give me another one. The smile on Xiao Yang's face became wider and brighter. He had always been very confident in his dawn. He took out another spirit pill and gently handed it to Lil Man. Xiao Man's eyes lit up. Her eyes were filled with desire and greed. This candy was really delicious. After eating it, it would make one's whole body feel comfortable. It was simply a rare divine item. Yes, young master. Xiao Man responded excitedly. Her eyes were focused on the spirit Dan. She reached out her hand and took the spirit Dan, afraid that it would be taken away by someone else in the next moment. After taking the spirit Dan, she looked at it curiously. She couldn't help but feel happy. It was warm to the touch, and a fragrance filled the air. It increased one's appetite. She couldn't help but open her mouth and swallow it. The feeling of being filled with spiritual energy appeared again. It was really comfortable. The spiritual energy was very gentle and not overbearing at all. It slowly circulated in her body. She felt the changes in her body again. This change was completely different from before. It was like a metamorphosis. Heavens, I'm a martial master now. Lan Jiaoya, who was watching from the side, was shocked. Her beautiful eyes widened and her eyeballs almost fell out. Her cherry mouth was wide open and her chin almost fell to the ground. Her expression was full of disbelief. As a fourth-stage martial master, she could accurately capture the changes in Xiao Man's body. Her breathing quickened as her gaze fell upon Xiao Yang. Her entire being was burning with passion. Oh my God, if I could also have this spiritual pill, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes for me to break through my cultivation level? As for the anger at the beginning, it had all disappeared. Although 1,000,000 gold coins and 10 spirit stones were a huge fortune, it wasn't so huge that she couldn't take it out. If she could use it to break through her cultivation, then it was definitely worth it. One had to know that the goal of a cultivator's life was to cultivate. They hoped to break through to the next realm, break through the void, become immortal, and live as long as the heavens and earth. Therefore, wealth and cultivation resources were used to help them break through to the next realm. If they couldn't increase their cultivation, then even if they had more cultivation resources, it would be useless. Only by breaking through to the next realm would these cultivation resources be truly useful. Cousin Xiaoyang, you see, just now I was rude and unreasonable. Can you give me 1 or 2 to try? Chapter 196. Lan Jiaoya's attitude immediately changed. Not only was she no longer angry, even the slightest bit of anger disappeared. Instead, her face revealed a sweet smile and her eyes narrowed. She looked like an obedient and cute little girl. Anyone who saw her couldn't help but praise her innocence and cuteness. Only Xiaoyang knew that Lan Jiaoya's nature wasn't like this. When they first met, she was spoiled and rude, as well as the arrogant attitude of a nouveau riche. Unruly was her nature, but now that she had something to ask of him, she pretended to be obedient and pure. Xiao Man, refine the medicinal power. Circulate your cultivation technique and calm your mind. Xiao Yang didn't pay attention to Lan Jiaoya. His gaze fell upon Xiao Man's body as he gave her a warning, because he could see that Xiao Man had yet to fully utilize the medicinal power. Yes, young master. Xiao Man was also very obedient. He quickly collected his thoughts and focused on operating his own cultivation. Soon his martial master cultivation increased again, and he stepped into the second stage of martial master. She couldn't help but cry out in surprise. She looked at Xiaoyang with joy and said, "Young master, I broke through again." Even she felt that it was inconceivable. She was a second stage martial master. In less than 10 breaths of time, she broke through from the 7th stage martial master to the 2nd stage martial master. It was simply a miracle. Even she couldn't believe it and asked Xiaoyang nervously. Lan Jiaoya was beside her. She was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. Her eyes were filled with jealousy and jealousy. She was a girl, so what if she was jealous? Wasn't that normal? One had to know that she was only a fourth-stage martial master after risking her life, and this was with the help of Xiaoyang. Otherwise, she would only be a second-stage martial master. Look at Xiaoman. She broke through to the second-stage martial master from the 7 realms. She was simply a monster. Even she couldn't compare with her. Comparing goods makes one throw away goods, and comparing people makes one angry. She almost vomited blood. One had to know that she was the young miss of a first-class family in Martial Yang City. She could squander all kinds of cultivation resources as she wished. However, she couldn't compare with a little maid from a poor village. How could she accept this? "I don't care. Sob, sob," Lan Jiaye immediately cried. They were all little girls. Why was there such a big gap between them? "I want this spirit pill. If you don't give it to me, I'll tell Annie that you bullied me and took me by force. After that, you abandoned me and found another person to enjoy. You attract bees and butterflies everywhere. You're a dissolute and heartless man." "Stop, stop, stop." When Xiaoyang heard what she said, he broke out in a cold sweat and his heart pounded wildly. If she really said that to Lan Xingming, then she would definitely be done for. He wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead, exhaled, and calmly said, "Of course I can give it to you. Who asked you to be my cousin?" "Really? That's great, Hoyer. I knew that my cousin was the best to me. Hurry up and give it to me." Lan Jiaoye's expression changed again. Her tears were gone, and her grievances were gone. Her face was filled with excitement and emotion. Humph! She was a dignified, mischievous, and unruly 7th young lady. How could she be someone who cried so easily? It was nothing more than an act to achieve their goal. When Xiaoyang saw this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing her reach out her snow-white hand and place it in front of his eyes, he couldn't find a reason to refuse. Xiaoyang's eyes turned and his face revealed a smile that wasn't a smile. He looked at Lan Jiaoye and lightly said, "Then you're not angry anymore? Not angry anymore? Or have you already forgotten why you came here?" Just now, when Lan Jiaoye came over, she looked like she was going to swallow someone whole. Along the way, she walked over in a huff. Just look at the potted plants in the corridor. Who knows how many of them were unintentionally kicked and destroyed in her anger. Also, her excited face just now made Xiaoyang unable to bear to look at it. "What? Where did the anger come from? Cousin, you've misunderstood me. I missed you too much. I've only been away for half a day, and I've already missed you so much. That's why I wanted to come back earlier to see you. Once I see you, I'll be at ease. Don't misunderstand me." Lan Jiaoye had a sly expression like a little fox. She looked at Xiaoyang with a smile. Even if she was lying, she didn't feel the slightest bit guilty. She also didn't blush. Right now, what she wanted the most was Xiaoyang's spirit pills. What she wanted the most was to break through her cultivation. As for that little bit of wealth, it was nothing compared to that. This caused Xiaoman, who was originally nervous, to be unable to help but cover her mouth and chuckle. She looked at the two of them with a smile. She was really worried just now. Xiaoyang also laughed. He didn't think that Lan Jiaoye would come up with such a lousy excuse. He thought that after Lan Jiaoye found out about his debt, she probably didn't even deal with it before rushing back to denounce him. However, now that the other party had a favor to ask of him, she didn't dare to be presumptuous and act like a well-behaved girl. "It seems like you value your cousin's friendship quite a lot. Then I won't keep it to myself. It's just that my cousin is very poor. After all, he came from a remote mountain. As for the 1,000,000 gold coins and 10 spirit stones, you see," Xiaoyang tactfully expressed his intention. His meaning was very clear. He didn't want to repay this wealth. In any case, compared to his spirit pills, the value of the spirit pills far exceeded the value of the herbs. After all, even with this wealth, you might not be able to buy this kind of breakthrough pill. Lan Jiaoye became very generous. She patted her small chest and generously said, "Cousin, who do you think your cousin is? Asking me for this little bit of money. Aren't you looking down on me? As long as you say the word, I'll buy whatever you want. I can still afford to raise you. Our friendship is not to be doubted." F***CK hearing this, Xiaoyang wanted to vomit. The other party was definitely trying to get closer to him so that she could ask for the pills on him. If he dared to say that he wouldn't give her the pills, then she would immediately turn hostile. As for what friendship is not to be doubted, you should just listen. If you take it seriously, then you'll lose. Young master, Miss Seven is not a bad person. You see, when she was in the 100 Poison Valley, she helped me and even dealt with Wang Zixing. Xiao Man on the side praised Lan Jiaoyi. This made Lan Jiaoyi like Xiao Man even more. She smiled and immediately took out 10,000 gold coins worth of banknotes and handed it to Xiao Man, saying, "See, Xiao Man is not bad. Not only is she beautiful, she also knows how to conduct herself. This is a small gift for you. Take it, take it." Xiao Man looked and saw that it was actually 10,000 gold coins. She was scared and wanted to refuse. She even blushed and awkwardly looked at Xiaoyang. She wanted to listen to Xiaoyang's instructions. Chapter 197. However, Lan Jiaoyi didn't even give Xiao Man a chance to refute. Xiao Man had no choice but to accept it. She felt that Lan Jiaoyi was even cuter now. Xiaoyang was speechless. Only a naive girl like Xiao Man would think that Lan Jiaoyi was good. In fact, this Lan Jiaoyi was very strange. How could she be a person who would suffer losses? Of course, she had other motives. Xiao Man, this naive girl, was afraid that after being sold by the other party, she would still help the other party count the money. Forget it, forget it. Lan Jiaoyi is my cousin. Her temperament isn't too bad. He took out a lingdan and gave it to Lan Jiaoyi. He said, "This is for you. Try it." Lan Jiaoyi couldn't wait. Looking at the lingdan, she almost drooled. Her eyes almost popped out. She wanted to break through to the next realm. She took the lingdan from Xiaoyang's hand and swallowed it. In less than a moment, her 4th stage martial master cultivation broke through to the 5th stage martial master. She even showed signs of breaking through to the 6th stage martial master. However, this momentum wasn't strong, and it slowly stopped. She felt that as long as she had one more lingdan, she would have a 100% chance of breaking through to the 6th stage martial master. She was extremely excited. Could it be that she had broken through to the next realm? That's a 5th stage martial master. The next time he sees Wang Zixing or Lan Jiaoyi, he only needs to pinch his fingers to defeat them. If the elders of the clan were to know of his progress, he would definitely receive a large amount of rewards and rewards. She was full of expectations for the future. She felt that her future was bright. However, would Xiaoyang give her another lingdan? She rolled her eyes and began to act coquettishly toward Xiaoyang. "Cousin, look! I almost broke through to the 6th order martial master. Just give me another spirit pill. I've always looked up to you as my role model. Can you bear to see me sad?" The corners of Xiaoyang's mouth twitched, and he said indifferently, "I'm going to sell these spirit pills for money. If I were to give them away, no amount would be enough for me." Looking at Lan Jiaoyi's aggrieved appearance, Xiaoyang's heart tightened again. The corner of his mouth twitched again, and he said helplessly, Okay, I'll give you another one, okay?" "Hoyer, thank you, cousin. Cousin, you're the best." Lan Jiaoyi suddenly became incomparably excited. She jumped up and lightly kissed Xiaoyang. This caught Xiaoyang somewhat off guard. Even Lan Jiaoyi was momentarily stunned. She secretly stamped her feet bashfully. Just now she was really too impulsive. Xiao Man, on the other hand, was a little jealous. She had followed the young master for so long, but she had never been like this. After Lan Jiaoyi regained her senses, she no longer thought about it and swallowed the spirit pill in one gulp. Her cultivation had directly soared to the terrifying level of a rank 6 martial master. "Congratulations, 7th young lady. Your cultivation has improved." Xiao Man said with a smile. What, seventh young lady? Call me Big Sister Lan from now on. I'll take care of you. I'm a little older than you. Lan Jia proudly raised her head and stuck out her chest. She had the air of a big sister. She put her arm around Xiao Man's shoulder, looking very much like a ruffian. Yes, yes, Big Sister Lan. Xiao Man obediently called out, which made Lan Jiaoya's heart happy. Just as they were rejoicing, an unquestionable shout suddenly came from below. Seventh young lady, you've been out for a few days. You've played enough. It's time to go back with this old man to cultivate. The voice sounded very old, but it was full of energy, just like the aura of an expert. Xiao Yang immediately sensed that the other party was a rank 9 martial master expert. Aya, this is bad. Qing Feng's guard is coming to take me back. I don't want to go back. I haven't played enough yet. When Lan Jia heard Qing Feng shout, she couldn't help but frown. Her face was full of unwillingness, and she looked at Xiao Yang bitterly. Her eyes seemed to contain tears as she begged Xiao Yang to help her. Cousin, I don't want to go back with him. Can you help me? As long as you agree to help me, I'll secretly take you to see Auntie. Lan Jia hurriedly said. Through her investigation of Xiao Yang, she knew that Xiao Yang's purpose in coming to Martial Yang City this time was to see his mother besides participating in the hegemony competition and competing for the poison sex spot. Young master, Big Sister Lan is a very good person. Old madam must also want to see you. Why don't you help Big Sister Lan this once? What do you think? Xiao Man looked at Lan Jiaya's pitiful appearance and couldn't bear it. Xiao Yang pondered for a moment before saying, and if you keep your word, helping you once is no big deal. But if you dare to lie to me, you'll regret it. Lan Xingming was his mother. Her position in the Lan family wasn't very good, and her situation was definitely difficult. After all, even her personal freedom was restricted. Her situation wasn't optimistic at all. If he went to see her so rashly, he'd be ridiculed by the Lan family and embarrass himself. But if he had Lan Jiaya's help, then he'd have a smooth journey. At least there'd be less resistance. Lan Jiaya's spirit rose, and she hurriedly said, Cousin, don't worry. I definitely won't lie to you. I can't bear to see Auntie crying alone at home. She misses you so much. Please, I'll leave first. She seemed to have sensed that Qing Feng's guard was coming and quickly hid in Xiao Yang's room, finding a place to hide. At this moment, Qing Feng's guard had already reached the second floor and was walking toward Xiao Yang's direction. Based on the smell and feeling, he knew that Lan Jiaya was here. Seventh young miss, this is the master's order. Please don't make it difficult for me. As he spoke, he continued walking. Soon, he reached Xiao Yang's side and sniffed. His eyes revealed a smile. He could already confirm that Lan Jiaya was inside the room. But how was he going to get in? This didn't seem to be a big problem. After all, with his cultivation and the Lan family that he belonged to, it would be easy for him to do whatever he wanted. He glanced at Xiao Yang and then at Xiao Man. He didn't put the two of them in his eyes and subconsciously ignored them. After all, they were very ordinary and couldn't possibly be his opponent. He believed that if they knew his identity, they wouldn't dare to stop him. He snorted and withdrew his gaze from Xiao Yang. Then he walked straight into the room. However, after he took a step, Xiao Yang also moved and blocked his path. Qing Feng's guard couldn't help but frown and feel unhappy. He thought to himself, does this young man want to die? Chapter 198. Could it be that he couldn't see through my identity and cultivation? How dare he block me? I might have to teach him a lesson. Young man, you're blocking my way. Are you looking for a beating? The Green Peak guard immediately released the pressure of a 9th level martial master, crushing towards Xiao Yang. If it was an ordinary person, after feeling this tyrannical pressure, they would have turned pale with fright and their faces would be filled with shock. Even Xiao Man was frightened and subconsciously vigilant. Her face was full of vigilance and her eyes were filled with fear and fear. The Qingfeng protector was very satisfied with Xiao Man's performance. A mere second-level martial master girl, it was not wrong for her to be afraid of him. However, when his gaze fell on Xiaoyang, he could not help but be stunned for a moment, revealing a puzzled expression. This was because Xiaoyang was able to remain calm under his pressure. This was simply inconceivable. He carefully felt Xiaoyang's cultivation, but found that Xiaoyang's body didn't have any fluctuations of cultivation. Just as he was feeling puzzled, he heard Xiaoyang calmly say, "This guard from the Lan clan. This room is my temporary residence. I am the owner of this room and have all the rights to it. Without my permission, no one is allowed to enter. Thank you." "You." The Green Peak guard looked at Xiaoyang's neither servile nor overbearing appearance and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The other party knew his cultivation and identity, yet he still dared to block him. If this wasn't stupid, then he was full of confidence. "Young man, I, Green Peak guard, have never needed to explain to others. If you have any dissatisfaction or hatred, you can go to the Lan family to find trouble. Now, I'm going to enter this room. If you dare to block me, I'll kill you. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to leave this place." The Green Peak guard coldly snorted and spoke to Xiaoyang expressionlessly. There were many things that couldn't be explained with reason. They could only be explained with violence. The fist was the only truth. He had a clear conscience in his life, but he didn't mind being arrogant and indulging once in a while. 3. He shouted 3 at once, unlike the others who would shout one number after another. When the number 3 was shouted out, he suddenly shouted out explosively as he instantly raised his right hand and condensed his cultivation before fiercely attacking Xiaoyang. His imposing manner was vast and awe-inspiring, and his fist seemed to contain boundless, baleful qi. Everywhere it passed, it gave rise to sonic booms. "Young master, be careful." Xiao Meng was shocked when she saw the opponent attack. She wanted to walk in front of Xiaoyang and block the punch for Xiaoyang. However, he was skillfully moved away by Xiaoyang. Then he raised one hand and grabbed the man's fist. He smiled and said in disdain, "A mere guard like you dares to be so presumptuous in front of me?" "What?" The Qingfeng guard could not help but be shocked. His all-out punch was actually caught by the young man in front of him. It could be seen how tyrannical the young man's cultivation was. However, in order to bring the 7th lady back, he had to give it his all. His expression turned ferocious as he shouted at Xiaoyang, "Let go of me! Let me tell you, if my young lady is hurt in the slightest, even if you run to the ends of the earth, you will not be able to escape the Wang clan's pursuit." He subconsciously thought that Xiaoyang was the bad guy who kidnapped Lan Jia. He wanted to give his all to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang frowned. Taking advantage of the fact that the guard hadn't completely exploded, he took the initiative and used his index finger to press on a few of the guard's acupuncture points. Soon, the guard suddenly discovered that his cultivation was gone in an instant, and he couldn't use any spiritual power. What was going on? What happened? How could this be? His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Xiaoyang in a panic. He thought that Xiaoyang was behind this. "Go back. Don't make trouble in front of me. Your 7th lady is fine, but I can't guarantee that she will be fine if you continue to pester her." Xiaoyang threatened. He waved his hand and released a wave of cultivation energy. He directly threw the guard out of the window. "Okay, it's fine. You can come out now." Xiaoyang shouted. Immediately after, a delicate head popped out from the door. She looked left and right, and after confirming that there was nothing wrong, she walked out and looked at Xiaoyang with a face full of joy. She giggled and said, "Thank you, cousin. I knew that cousin was awesome. Let's go and earn some money first." Xiaoyang sighed and led them out of the inn. He then asked Xiao Man, "Take me to the place where you bought the herbs. I want to make a deal with them." "Wait, cousin, you want to make a deal? Do you want to sell the elixirs in your hands? Look for me. I'll make a deal with you. I'll represent the Lan family to make a deal with you. Don't worry, I'll definitely give you a fair price. Lan Jiaoye suddenly became anxious and hurriedly shouted at Xiaoyang. Xiao Yang's expression was a little strange. He looked at Lan Jiaoye suspiciously. This was not a child's play. It was not a joke. Let's go. We'll go to the Lan family now. If you don't believe me, you can talk about the bargaining chip later. Lan Jiaoye was a little impatient. She hurriedly said to Xiaoyang, one had to know that the two big families in Martial Yang City had opened auctions and medicine shops in the city. If Xiaoyang went to the Wang family to do business, it would be a great disadvantage for the Lan family. If she could rope in such a martial ancestor realm alchemist for the Lan family, she would have made a great contribution. Just thinking about it made her so excited. Xiaoyang thought about it. Rather than making a deal with the medicine shops in the city, it would be better to make a deal with the two big families. If he had to choose a trading partner from the two big families, then the Lan family was indeed a good choice. After all, his mother was a member of the Lan family. It was equivalent to the elders of the Lan family. He would call them grandfather or uncle. Okay, let's go. Xiaoyang said lightly. He was also prepared to go to the Lan family. It seemed that he would have to see his mother today. Just thinking about it made Xiaoyang full of enthusiasm and yearning. It had been too long since he saw his mother. He wondered how she was doing. Are we finally going to see the old madam today? That's great. Young master, let's go quickly. It seemed that Xiaoman was even more excited than Xiaoyang. One had to know that the reason why Xiaoman was his maid was because when Xiaoman was born, she was picked up by Lan Xingming and Xiao Wangu. Later on, she was adopted. Xiaoman knew a little about this matter. Therefore, wherever Xiaoyang, Xiao Wangu, and Lan Xingming were, it was her home. Xiaoyang looked at Xiaoman meaningfully and sighed. He knew a little about Xiaoman's background. Chapter 199. Therefore, he had always treated Xiaomang as his sister and never treated her as a real maid. Lan Jiaoye looked at the master and servant pair and couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Jealousy and envy flashed in her eyes. Let's go, let's go. She took the lead and led them forward. Donglin Town, Xiao family. Xiao Wangu sat alone on a recliner in the courtyard, enjoying the cool breeze under a tree. He had a pot of wine in his hand. This kind of comfortable life was too rare. He narrowed his eyes slightly, enjoying the salty life at this moment. At this moment, someone came to report from outside. Third elder, there's something for you that you need to receive. It's sent back by young master Xiaoyang from Wyong City. When Xiao Wangu heard that it was sent back by Xiaoyang, he couldn't help but feel happy. He rolled over and said with a smile, "This brat, I thought he was lost in Wyong City. I didn't expect him to still remember me as his father. Good, good. I want to see what good gift he sent back." After waving his hand to dismiss the servant, he picked up the gift alone. It was a square box, neither big nor small, about the size of a watermelon. He looked at the square box with a smile. Brat hee, Xiao Wangu was very proud. Xiaoyang had brought him too many things, such as status, respect, and so on. He was proud because of his handwriting. Xiao Wangu couldn't wait to open the box. The moment he opened it, he saw a human head in the box. That person had died with his eyes wide open. Xiao Wangu was shocked. He thought it was a good gift, but it turned out to be a dead person's head. This was completely different from what he had expected. He was not mentally prepared at all, so he was shocked. Looking at the head again, Xiao Wangu immediately remembered that it was Wang Zilai who had injured him in Wyong City. He cultivated the Tao poison technique, and his cultivation was at the 9th level of martial master. He was one of the 5 geniuses of the Wang family. Oh my God! He couldn't believe it and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This Xiaoyang was too daring. He had only been in Martial Yang City for a few days, and he had already chopped off Wang Zilai's head. Until now, there had not been any news of the Wang family of Martial Yang City coming to ask for an explanation. It was clear that Xiaoyang had done this in secret. My son, do you have to be so bold and arrogant? Even I was shocked by you. Xiao Wangu muttered, but his expression became more and more excited. This was definitely the best gift in the world. It was an unexpected gift. Her son was really thoughtful. With a son like this, I'm satisfied with my life, he said calmly. Then he reached out his hand and circulated his cultivation. He slapped the box and Wang Zilai's head into a bloody mist and watched them disappear with the wind. The reason why he did this was because he was worried that the evidence would cause trouble for Xiaoyang. Now that it was settled, Xiao Wangu was relieved. Then he continued to lie down leisurely. From time to time, he would drink a little wine and hum a song. He was in a good mood. After walking for about half a cup of tea's time, the three of them arrived at the Lan family's residence. At the Lan family's residence, a group of 16 people appeared. They were all guards of the Lan family, other than 2 who were at the 9th level of the Martial Master Realm. The rest were all below the 9th level of the Martial Master Realm. The weakest was at the 6th level of the Martial Master Realm. Xiao Yang and Xiao Man knew one of the 9th level Martial Masters. It was Qing Feng, who had come to find trouble with them earlier. However, they didn't know why Qing Feng had set up this formation. After getting closer, they heard him shout, "Do you think we should help our brother in trouble? Help, help, help." His subordinates raised their hands and shouted with resolute expressions. Qing Feng looked at their expressions and was quite satisfied. He looked gratified and continued, "Very good. Today I already know the whereabouts of the 7th young lady. Tell me, do you want to complete the task given by the master? Do you want to bring the 7th young lady back?" "Yes, yes, yes." His subordinates once again responded loudly and enthusiastically. The Qing Feng guard became even more excited. He said excitedly, "I really didn't misjudge you. That one, come with me to the Pleasant Arrival Inn and take back the 7th young lady from the hands of that brat. The most important thing is to show that brat how powerful we, the Lan Clan guards, are. Kill, kill, kill." The dozen or so guards once again shouted in unison, "All of you follow me." Qing Feng took the lead and walked in front with a large group of guards behind him. The group of people was aggressive and unstoppable. After taking a few steps, they couldn't help but stop in their tracks. This was because Qing Feng had seen the 7th miss return. This was not the main point. The main point was that brat Xiaoyang had also followed her. Wasn't this the best opportunity to deal with Xiaoyang? Come, all of you. The 7th miss is being controlled by that brat. We must bring the 7th miss back safely. All of you attack. Following the Green Peak Guard's solemn shout, the group of more than 10 people immediately rushed toward Xiaoyang, Xiaoman, and Lan Jia to surround them. Damn, what's going on? Lan Jia was a little confused. Her face was full of confusion. Stop, all of you, stop! What are you doing? I'm back, can't you see? Lan Jia shouted at them, but these guards didn't listen at all. Soon, she was separated by many guards. Qing Feng immediately came in front of her and explained to Lan Jia, "7th miss, you finally escaped from that brat's evil clutches and returned. Come, quickly send the 7th miss back to the mansion. These 2 demons can't be easily let go. All of you attack." After Qing Feng's order, there were immediately guards who forcibly restrained Lan Jia and sent her back to the mansion. Then he trotted toward Xiaoyang again. His face was full of hatred and his eyes were full of anger. "Brat, you didn't think that you would have such a day, right? Let's see how you're going to act tough today. What are you all doing? Attack together, attack." The Blue Peak Guard let out a roar and took the lead, executing a powerful martial skill in Xiaoyang's direction. The rest of the guards also followed suit. They either used martial skills or controlled the magic weapons in their hands to bombard Xiaoyang. Suddenly, a rumbling sound was heard and the ground shook. Waves of shock waves swept in all directions, sweeping across the land and wreaking havoc in all directions. "You're courting death. Then I'll take you all." Xiaoyang looked and immediately became angry. He felt that Qing Feng's guard was definitely deliberately using his position to avenge private wrongs. As long as it was a discerning person, they could see that he didn't kidnap or threaten Lan Jia. It was Lan Jia who brought him here. However, this guard was pestering endlessly and wanted to cause trouble for him. How could Xiao Yang tolerate this? Chapter 200. With a roar, he instantly released his powerful cultivation and stomped on the ground. Instantly, a shockwave 10,000 times stronger than theirs swept out in all directions. Ah! All of them were sent flying into the air. Their eyes were filled with fear, and their faces were filled with shock. They were all screaming and screaming. They lost control of their bodies that were floating in the air, and the spiritual energy in their bodies was in a mess. Following that, they all uncontrollably smashed into the ground, causing another series of bangs and dust to rise. Even the Qing Feng protector was no exception. Qing Feng, did you provoke that terrifying almighty being? Are you trying to kill us? His assistant was unwilling to accept this and couldn't help but complain. Qing Feng was also a martial master stage 9, so his situation was slightly better. The Qing Feng protector was still in a daze. He knew that Xiao Yang was strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. He originally thought that by gathering his brothers, he would be able to teach Xiao Yang a lesson, but he didn't expect that he would be so easily crushed by Xiao Yang. He felt sullen in his heart. After hearing his assistant's complaints, he felt guilty and wanted to explain. However, before he could open his mouth, a majestic suction force suddenly engulfed his entire body. As he cried out in shock, he was immediately pulled into the air. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang held his throat with one hand, making it difficult for him to breathe. His face quickly turned red. His heart was in a mess, and his expression was filled with fear. He knew that he was going to die, that he was going to be killed by Xiao Yang. He struggled with all his might, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. I gave you a chance last time, and you still want to die this time? Xiao Yang's face was expressionless as he coldly stared at the other party, releasing his killing intent. If it wasn't for Lan Xingming's feelings, he would have killed the other party without hesitation. Senior, calm down, calm down. It's all our fault. We're willing to apologize and compensate you. Qing Feng, why aren't you apologizing? Do you really want to die? The assistant guard panicked and hurriedly shouted at Xiao Yang. With a smile, he sincerely apologized to Xiao Yang. I was wrong. Senior, please spare my life. The Green Peak protector was almost suffocating. His mind was blank. He was really scared out of his wits. Xiao Yang's murderous intent was no joke. After hearing his assistant's reminder, he came back to his senses and spoke with difficulty. Humph! Xiao Yang snorted coldly and threw him to the ground. Qing Feng almost died from the fall. He opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. His complexion was as pale as paper. It was unknown how many bones in his body were broken. He could not help but howl in pain. However, he didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction toward Xiao Yang. A powerhouse should have the dignity of a powerhouse, and the dignity of a powerhouse couldn't be blasphemed. All of you scram! Xiao Yang roared. His pair of tiger-like eyes swept across the crowd, forcing them to flee in panic. Qing Feng was no exception as well. He left this place eagerly, seeming to be in a miserable and sorry state, and he was extremely regretful in his heart. He didn't dare offend Xiao Yang again, and he swore to take a detour the next time he saw Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang brought Xiao Man to the entrance of the Lan residence. He saw Lan Jia trotting out. Her face was filled with worry. When she saw Xiao Yang, she immediately threw herself into Xiao Yang's arms. In front of everyone, she sobbed and said, "Cousin, are you okay? It's all my fault. I almost hurt you." She was really worried to death just now. However, she was restrained by the two guards. She was afraid that Xiao Yang would be hurt. In the end, she unleashed all of her strength, pulled out her trump card, and used her trump card. Only then did she manage to knock out the two guards with a sneak attack. She was able to escape, and as soon as she escaped, she couldn't wait to find Xiaoyang. After seeing that Xiaoyang was safe and sound, she reluctantly let out a sigh of relief. I'm fine. Don't worry. The people who can hurt me haven't been born yet. Xiaoyang arrogantly said. He was full of confidence. He patted Lan Jiaya's shoulder to comfort her. After a while, Lan Jiaya barely recovered. As for the Qingfeng guards and the others, they were all dumbfounded. Oh my God! This seventh young lady actually threw herself into his arms. But that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that the seventh young lady called him cousin. What did this mean? It meant that Xiaoyang was a relative of the Lan family and could be considered as half of their master. If they dared to disrespect Xiaoyang, they would be digging their own graves. For a moment, they were all trembling in fear. The Green Peak guard hurriedly came up and said, Senior, it's a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. Young lady, you have to plead for me. Scram. Lan Jiaya was still angry. It wasn't easy for her to invite Xiaoyang. If they ruined her good fortune, she definitely wouldn't forgive them. How could she plead for them now? After she slapped them, she scolded them and left. This was actually a disguised form of protection. The Green Peak guard and the others didn't dare to stay and quickly left. The two guards who were knocked out were quickly woken up. After they recovered from their shock, the first thing they said was, My God, the seventh young lady broke through to the sixth-stage martial master. What? Everyone present was in an uproar. Each and every one of them was filled with shock. They were very clear that when Lan Jiaya sneaked out of the Lan family mansion, she was only a second-stage martial master. Now her cultivation had soared to the sixth-stage martial master. She broke through 6 stages. This was something they didn't even dare to think about. Go, go, what nonsense are you talking about? The Green Peak guard was shocked. His heart was even more shocked. He hurriedly shouted and left with a stern expression. He guessed that this must be the work of that brat Xiaoyang. Otherwise, how could the seventh young lady rely on him so much? The more he discovered, the more he feared Xiaoyang. He didn't dare to neglect or be disrespectful. Okay. Is everything all right? Take me to the person in charge of the business. I believe he will understand the value of spirit pills. Xiaoyang comforted Lan Jiaya for a while before speaking softly. After all, the purpose of this trip was to trade. Of course, if possible, he also wanted to see Lan Xingming. At the other end of the courtyard, one of the Lan family's managers saw that the guards were in a panic. He couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. His face was filled with displeasure. He immediately shouted, Why are you all running around? Tell me what happened. The Green Peak guard and the others hurriedly stopped in their tracks. Their faces were filled with reverence as they saluted. Greetings to the third master. The third master of the Lan family was named Lan Xinghe. He was Lan Jiaya's father. And what's wrong with talking? Look at you guys running around like headless flies. If this gets out, you'll lose all our face. Chapter 201. Lan Xinghe snorted coldly and reprimanded them with dissatisfaction. The Green Summit Guard and the others were reprimanded by Lan Xinghe in a dignified manner. Their faces were filled with fear as they immediately stopped in their tracks and said in fear and trepidation, Third Master, it was the seventh young mistress who brought back a valiant cousin. We were no match for him, so we were forced to leave in a sorry state. He briefly explained what had happened. Lan Xinghe couldn't help but frown. He was puzzled. After all these years, how come he didn't know that Lan Jiaya had a cousin? He wondered if Lan Jiaya had been deceived by that swindler. Let's go. Bring me to him. If that person dares to deceive my daughter, I will tear him apart alive. Lan Xinghe waved his hand domineeringly. They didn't dare to refuse. After all, he had the cultivation of a martial arts grandmaster. His aura was strong. On top of that, he had been in a high position for many years. Naturally, he had developed a strong aura. Yes, yes, yes. Third master, this way, please. The green summit guard was sweating profusely. His back was drenched in sweat. He brought Lan Xinghe to the front yard again. He didn't know if this was the third time he had provoked Xiaoyang. If Xiaoyang was angry with him, his days would be over. Soon, they arrived at the front yard. Lan Xinghe looked at his daughter holding Xiaoyang's hand and acting cute. He was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. His breathing became rapid, and his chest heaved up and down. His lungs were about to explode from the air. Impudent! Where did this brat come from? How dare you be so rude? Didn't your parents teach you anything? Lan Xinghe's face was red with anger. He glared at Xiaoyang with his bell-like eyes and roared at him. He was really angry. His daughter had always been unruly and had never treated him like this. Now, she was treating a young man like this. How could he tolerate this? Please, even if he was an old man, he would still be jealous. What if his daughter fell in love with this young man? Father, you're here. This is cousin Xiaoyang. Don't misunderstand. When Lan Jiaye saw that Lan Xinghe had arrived, her face lit up with joy and pride. She felt that bringing Xiaoyang's cousin over was a reasonable and rational choice. Shut up. However, as soon as Lan Jiaye opened her mouth, she was immediately reprimanded by Lan Xinghe. Why aren't you coming back? You're a girl, and you're pulling a stranger like this. If outsiders see this, do you still want your reputation? You only know how to fool around all day and not cultivate in peace. You even know how to come back today? You don't have the slightest bit of composure and modesty that a girl should have. Humph. Go and lock yourself up for a month. You're not allowed to go out for a month. Lan Xinghe had a fiery temper. No matter which father it was, if they saw their daughter being pulled by a stranger, they would definitely feel uncomfortable. He doted on his daughter very much. Otherwise, how could this matter be resolved with a month of confinement? Lan Jiaye felt wronged. She pouted and pouted. Her cute head tilted to one side. She looked like she wanted to throw a tantrum at Lan Xinghe. She didn't even want to look at him. When Lan Xinghe saw this, he couldn't help but feel his heart ache. He immediately softened his tone and said helplessly, "Daughter, I'm doing this for your own good. It's fine if you don't do your job and fool around all day, but you can't just bring any random guy home. That's too casual." He spoke with a sincere and heartfelt expression. He sighed. The girl in front of him was his precious daughter. Of course, he loved her dearly. He was also worried that his daughter would be taken advantage of. There was a precedent. His sister, Lan Xingming, was acquainted with a guy named Xiao Wangu from Donglin town. In the end, Lan Xingming, who was supposed to inherit the position of the head of the family, ended up in a very bad situation. This was because she was affected by her husband's family. For a prestigious family like theirs, they had to be well matched in terms of social status. Small family in Donglin town couldn't compare to the Lan family even if they worked hard for 100 years. How could they have the right to marry Lan Xingming? Lan Xinghe was afraid that his daughter would follow in Lan Xingming's footsteps. I'm not casual. He's not an outsider. He's my cousin, Aunt Xingming's son. Lan Jiaye was still firm in her thoughts. Through this period of time, Xiaoyang had taken good care of her in all aspects. He even helped her raise her cultivation by 4 realms, reaching the 6th level of martial master. She had almost surpassed 4th sister and 3rd sister. This was a great kindness. How could she be an ungrateful person? What, you're my sister's child? This made Lan Xinghe a little dumbfounded. His face was filled with disbelief. It had been too many years. Lan Xingming's child hadn't been here. He had almost forgotten. Lan Xingming and Xiao Wangu had a child. This child's name was Xiaoyang. However, that was a very long time ago. It could be said that the reason why Lan Xingming was in such a difficult situation was because of the birth of Xiaoyang's child. If it wasn't for her pregnancy, the Lan family could have completely separated her and Xiao Wangu. Then Lan Xingming would have smoothly taken over the position of the head of the family. However, she even had a child. What could they do? They could only accept it. Although it was a tacit agreement, Lan Xingming's position as the head of the family wasn't just taken away from her. There were many things that were taken away, such as her reputation, image, treatment, etc. In short, Lan Xingming's current situation was very bad. Once he thought that the main culprit behind Lan Xingming's situation was Xiaoyang, he couldn't help but shout at Xiaoyang, "Good boy, it's you. You still have the guts to come here. Don't you see what your mother has become because of you and your father? If it wasn't for your mother's insistence on keeping you, she would already be the head of the Lan family. Everything is because of you. Because she lost everything, you still have the face to come here? I'm going to teach you a lesson on her behalf." Lan Xinghe thought about many things. His entire body became violent. With a fiery temper, he was about to hit Xiaoyang. However, he was quickly stopped by Lan Jiaye. "Stop, father. You're a dignified elder. Don't you feel embarrassed to hit a junior? In name, you're his uncle." Lan Jiaye stood in front of Xiaoyang and stubbornly looked at Lan Xinghe. *T. I don't have a nephew like that. Lan Xinghe was so angry that his face turned red. However, his raised hand didn't fall. Firstly, his daughter was standing in front of him. Secondly, his heart was very complicated. He didn't really want to hit Lan Xinghe, but he felt that he couldn't take it anymore. He needed to vent his anger. Chapter 202. Xiao Man furrowed her brows, and worry was written all over her face. It was clear that this trip was not going to go smoothly. Xiaoyang was still relatively calm. He wanted to call the other party uncle, but when he saw the other party's expression, he held it in and did not say anything. What he was concerned about was the terrible situation Lan Xingming was in. That meant that his mother was not doing well. When he thought of this, his temper was on the verge of exploding. His face turned cold, and he said expressionlessly, "Tell me, where is my mother? How is she doing now?" "You still have the cheek to talk about your mother?" "Humph. She lives by the river 1 mile away. She lives alone and is destitute. She is suffering from hunger and cold. She is infected with a virus. She is extremely miserable." Lan Xinghe shouted. Towards the end, he could not bear it anymore and closed his eyes in pain. Hearing this, Xiaoyang was completely enraged. He took a deep breath. His eyes were red and his expression was ferocious. In an instant, a murderous aura exploded from his body. He was like an evil spirit from Azura Hell. His second-level martial arts, Grandmaster cultivation, was fully unleashed. With a roar, he took a step forward and appeared in front of Lan Xinghe with a swoosh. He grabbed Lan Xinghe's neck with one hand and lifted him up forcefully. His face was twisted with anger as he glared at Lan Xinghe. His voice was extremely suppressed as he said gloomily, "How dare you treat my mother like this? Do you believe that I will crush you to death? Young master, cousin, don't do it." When Xiao Man and Lan Jiaye saw the change in Xiaoyang, their expressions changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with shock. They had never seen Xiaoyang so angry and ferocious. It was obvious how important Lan Xingming was to him. At that moment, Lan Xinghe was also extremely nervous. Previously, he had completely underestimated Xiaoyang. However, he had never expected that he, a martial arts grandmaster, would not even be able to withstand a single blow from Xiaoyang and would be controlled by him. At this moment, his neck was being held by his opponent. His cultivation was in a state of chaos, and he could not release it even if he wanted to. "What are you trying to do? Let go of me, you little bastard." Lan Xinghe was also enraged. No matter what, he was still the third head of the Lan family and a martial arts grandmaster. Now that he was being humiliated and tortured in such a manner, if news of this were to spread, he would lose all face. "My little beast?" Xiaoyang's ruthless aura intensified, and the strength in his hands increased. This time, Lan Xinghe almost couldn't breathe. "Say that again, if you have the guts." Xiaoyang glared fiercely at the other party, releasing his killing intent. After hearing how they treated his mother, the good impression he had of them was completely gone. There was no need for him to be polite to them. "Cousin, don't be like this." Lan Jiaye was on the verge of tears. She pulled Xiao Yang's hand with all her might, but Xiao Yang's hand was as steady as Mount Tai. She couldn't pull it away. She was filled with anxiety and panic. One was her father, and the other was her cousin. She hoped that they wouldn't be hurt. Lan Xinghe found it difficult to breathe. He was almost suffocating. He forced out a few words. His eyes looked as if they could devour a person. He said furiously, "Let go of me." The commotion here immediately attracted the attention of many big shots of the Lan family. Terrifying figures and auras appeared one after another in the surroundings. Among them, 2 martial arts grandmasters slowly descended from the sky. They were the second head and the first head of the Lan family. "Brat, how dare you?" "Stop it now. How dare you cause trouble in the Lan family? I'll tear you into pieces." The dignity of the Lan family is not to be challenged. Dignified and furious roars were heard. In the blink of an eye, many experts appeared and completely surrounded Xiaoyang. Seeing that the situation had escalated, Lan Jiaye burst into tears. She hurriedly shouted to the first head and second head, "First uncle, second uncle, this is all a misunderstanding. Don't do anything. Xiaoyang is Aunt Xingming's son." Many of the experts present were stunned. They were indeed unfamiliar with this nephew of theirs. No, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that this was the first time they had met, and a junior had already attacked his uncle. What kind of scandal was this? He had no sense of propriety. This kind of evil behavior definitely wouldn't help him rise. Xiaoyang sucked in a breath of cold air. He could feel the auras of many experts around him. His heart tightened. He couldn't care too much now. He immediately flipped his hand and restrained Lan Xinghe in front of him. He still didn't loosen his grip on Lan Xinghe's neck. He roared at the people around him. "All of you, step back. Otherwise, be careful of your third head's life." "Brat, how dare you? Impudent. Arrogant to the extreme. Let go of him now." Intense roars and shouts were heard again. Terrifying auras quickly locked onto Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang knew that he couldn't afford to be careless now. He couldn't help but be on guard. His face was gloomy and his temperament was cold. He didn't smile. His entire being was like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed. He shouted at them, "Let me go. If you don't, this will be your fate." As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed a finger at Lan Xinghe's chest. Lan Xinghe groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. It was obvious that he was injured. "How dare you? What a thief! How can you be so rude?" The first head, second head, and many other experts were about to go crazy. They couldn't wait to take action and crush Xiaoyang. However, seeing that the third head was still in his hands, they could only bear with it for the time being. "Step back. All of you step back. Listen to my orders." The first head had no choice but to order the other experts to step back. He didn't want to anger Xiaoyang. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lan Jiaye watched Xiaoyang and the Lan family fall into such a state. She was heartbroken. She cried until she was muddle-headed. She shouted, "Cousin, don't be like this. Don't be like this. It's not like this." Yes, in her imagination, everything was not like this. Get lost. Xiaoyang's ferocious and majestic gaze swept over her like an ancient, vicious beast. Lan Jiaye was so scared that she stopped crying. In addition, the aura that was released from Xiaoyang's body directly sent her flying. She fell to the ground and groaned. Blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Her face was pale. At this moment, her heart was dead. She felt that the Xiaoyang at this moment was different from the one she knew. He had become heartless, cold-blooded, and cruel. Then she heard Xiaoyang's angry roar. "Let me tell you, if my mother is hurt in the slightest, the entire Lan family will be buried with her. Buried with her." Xiaoyang was so angry that he almost lost his mind. He was like an ancient beast that went berserk. It was frightening. The reason why he attacked Lan Jiaye was because he thought she had lied to him. Chapter 203. According to Lan Jiaye's attitude and words, Lan Xingming should be living in the Lan family mansion. Even if her situation wasn't optimistic, it shouldn't be too bad. At the very least, she didn't have to worry about food or clothing. However, the reality was that Lan Xingming lived 1 mile away by the river. That was a place where the poor gathered. Most of them were beggars, farmers, and commoners. That place also had a name, the slums. From Lan Xinghe's information, Xiaoyang could tell that Lan Xingming was currently suffering from hunger and cold. She was infected by the virus and she was all alone. Just thinking about it made Xiaoyang's heart ache. Even if Lan Xingming returned to the Xiao family, she would at least be able to live a good life. Why would she suffer here? Xiaoyang decided that once he found Lan Xingming, he would bring her back to the Xiao family. Young master, Miss Seven is innocent. You! Xiao Man couldn't bear to look at Lan Jie, who had suffered a huge blow. She then looked at Xiaoyang and wanted to say a few good words for Lan Jiaye. She felt that Xiaoyang was too heavy-handed. After all, Lan Jiaye's performance was not bad. At the very least, she could be considered a friend. Innocent. Humph. Just because she tricked me to come here to see my mother? Didn't you hear this old man say that your madam lives by the river in the slums? She's infected by the virus and doesn't even have food or clothing. Xiaoyang was incomparably angry as he coldly reprimanded Xiaoman. Xiaoman was so scared that she didn't dare to make a sound. She felt wronged and lowered her head with tears in her eyes. Although he came here to trade, he would also meet Lan Xingming. This was the plan that he and Lan Xingming had agreed on. However, after coming here, he realized that this plan was different from reality. At the very least, Lan Xingming wasn't here. How could he meet her? Moreover, Lan Xingming was Lan Jiaye's aunt. She was actually indifferent towards her aunt who lived in the slums. Only a blind person would treat such a heartless person as a friend. After hearing Xiaoyang's explanation, Lan Jiaye felt even more wronged. She was so angry that blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. This wasn't normal blood, it was the blood of the heart. She had suffered a heavy blow to her heart. She saw Lan Xingming in the mansion a few days ago. Lan Jiaye didn't know that Lan Xingming was forced to move out the mansion. She didn't know that. If she'd known, she wouldn't have allowed Lan Xingming's. However, in this kind of situation where Xiaoyang thought that he had lied to him, how could he explain it clearly? Even if he said it, would Xiaoyang believe him? Xiaoyang, I didn't know that Auntie had moved out these few days. I saw her in the mansion a few days ago, so I thought that she was still in the mansion. I didn't know. Lan Jiaye struggled to stand up from the ground and explained to Xiaoyang while crying. She cared about Xiaoyang a lot and didn't want Xiaoyang to misunderstand her. Xiaoyang coldly smiled. He looked at Lan Jiaye as if she was an idiot. Do you think I'm as easy to fool as Lan Xingming? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? I advise you to run for your life. If my mother is hurt, you'll die too. Lan Xingming, let's go. Holding the third head hostage, the 3 of them left the Lan mansion. None of the Lan family's experts dared to make a move. They could only watch as Xiaoyang left. The first master and second master finally understood the general situation from this exchange. They couldn't help but look at Lan Jiaye and lightly said, "Niece, don't worry. Your father will be fine. I think he held back. Now, tell me everything you know." Cousin didn't mean to offend the Lan family. First uncle, second uncle, don't blame him. Lan Jiaye sobbed. It's okay. Just tell us what you know." The big boss comforted him. Whether he should blame him or not would depend on the situation. Whether he should blame him lightly or heavily also depended on the situation. I don't know if I should tell him. If I do, I'm afraid he'll die. Lan Jiaye hesitated for a long time before saying this. After all, Xiaoyang went to the Wang family alone and killed Wang Zilai. If the Wang family knew about this, no matter where Xiaoyang escaped to, he would be hunted down endlessly by the Wang family. Even the Xiao family in Donglin town might be annihilated. The first master and second master immediately knew the severity of the situation. They waved their hands, dispersing the surrounding people. Then they used a secret technique and brought Lan Jiaye to his secretary in an instant. For safety's sake, they also used an isolation light barrier to isolate themselves from the outside world. Only then did they feel a little safer. Okay, niece, you can say it boldly. I guarantee that only the few of us will know what you say. The first head was full of confidence. He knew his methods very well. He also saw Xiaoyang's cultivation just now. It was at least the martial ancestor realm. Of course, he couldn't easily reveal the secret of such an expert. Yes, Xiaoyang is Aunt Xingming's son. You know that. Lan Jiaoye said softly. The first head and second head nodded. They already knew Xiaoyang's identity. Otherwise, how could they let Xiaoyang leave so easily? This child, sigh, thinking of Xiaoyang's family of 3, they could only frown and sigh helplessly. After seeing them nod, Lan Jiaoye continued, according to the information I found out before he entered Marshal City, he had already unified Donglin town. In other words, with his efforts, he annexed the Lin family and the Wang family's branch, which is the Wang family of Donglin town. Xiao family is the true overlord of Donglin town. Good fellow, that's right. The first head and second head looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Although they didn't think highly of a small town, because Xiao Wangu was in Donglin town, they had a rough idea of the situation and knew that there were 3 big families there. The tripartite situation lasted for 100 years. The dream of unification that the previous generation couldn't achieve was completed by Xiaoyang. He could be considered a dragon among men, an outstanding talent. Don't underestimate it. It's as simple as unification. At that time, the Lin family and the Wang family joined forces and mobilized the 5 martial ancestor realms. In the end, the 5 martial ancestor realms were defeated by the Xiao family. Lan Jiaye was afraid that they didn't take it seriously enough, so she emphasized her evaluation. She tried hard to recall the information she knew and told them in detail so that they wouldn't misjudge. What? The Xiao family is so powerful. They dared to go against the 5 martial ancestor realms, and not only did they not lose, but they also won. Oh my God! The first head and second head were shocked. It seemed that they had really underestimated the Xiao family. Chapter 204. It should be known that the Lan family's power was only slightly stronger than the 5 great martial grandmasters. It seemed that they had to treat Xiaoyang's family of 3 and the Xiao family of Donglin town with caution. The local tyrant of a town was not inferior to them. After all, they were unified and could march to the next place at any time. On the other hand, they were restrained by the Wang family and could not move an inch. If there was even the slightest mistake, they might be attacked by the Wang family. They had to be cautious. If the Xiao family was ambitious, even if they entered Marshal City, they could occupy a place. They had to pay attention to this level of power. Lan Jiaye saw that they were paying attention and was satisfied. She continued, after cousin Xiaoyang entered Marshal City, the first thing he did was to assassinate Wang Zilai, one of the 5 great geniuses of the Wang family. I followed him personally and saw him sneak into the Wang family. I saw him come out with my own eyes. Then the Wang family searched for him and caused a huge commotion. Hiss! The first and second head sucked in a breath of cold air. My God, this Xiaoyang was too bold. He dared to do this. He could not help but be shocked. His heart was full of shock. It should be known that Xiaoyang was only 10 years old. The Wang family's defense was tight. Outsiders could not even enter. This Xiaoyang was good. He quietly entered and killed Wang Zilai, who was a 9th level martial grandmaster. Wang Zilai cultivated the Tao Tao poison technique, and his fighting strength was comparable to half a martial grandmaster. Facing such a strong opponent, Xiaoyang could still assassinate him without making a sound. It could be seen how terrifying his fighting strength was. Even they did not think that they could assassinate Wang Zilai so perfectly. Moreover, Xiaoyang was still young. If he grew up at this speed and reached their age, he would be heaven-defying. The first and second head were still in shock. After more than 10 breaths, they barely recovered. It was no wonder that Lan Jia mentioned that if this matter was revealed, it would bring a fatal disaster to Xiaoyang. This kind of thing should not be made public. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became. Wang Zilai's death was a great benefit to the Lan family. One had to know that in the younger generation, the Wang clan had 5 prodigies, while the Lan clan only had a few nieces with some potential. They couldn't be compared to the Wang clan at all, so their future development potential definitely couldn't be compared to the Wang clan. However, if the prodigies of the Wang family were all crushed by Xiaoyang, then the Lan family could still be on par with the Wang family in the future. They didn't need to think too much to know how terrifying the benefits Xiaoyang brought to them were. Lan Jia was satisfied with their reaction and continued. In the 100 Poison Valley, Xiaoyang crippled Wang Zifei's martial great master cultivation. It seems that Chief Instructor Wang, a martial great master, also bowed down to Xiaoyang. Otherwise, Xiaoyang wouldn't have let him go. By the way, Wang Zixing, Instructor Wang, Wang Zizhong, and Honorary Wang were all dealt with by Xiaoyang. They were either crippled or crippled. The strength of the Wang family has been greatly reduced. Oh my God. Damn, I'm going to go. This kid is incredible. The great master and second master swallowed their saliva. Their faces were full of shock. They couldn't be any more shocked. They knew that Xiaoyang was ferocious, but they didn't expect Xiaoyang to be this powerful. Those were 2 martial great masters. As for Wang Zixing, Wang Zizhong, and Honorary Wang, they weren't even worth mentioning. However, they were still one of the Wang clan's fighting forces. Losing them was enough to make the Wang clan lose some meat. This was a huge advantage for the Lan clan. The great master and second master's eyes lit up. They felt that this kid had a bright future and would do great things. If they could recruit him, then it would be good news for the Lan clan. However, if they were to become enemies with Xiaoyang, then they would be in big trouble. Xiaoyang was strong enough to deal with 2 martial great masters. They couldn't afford to be careless. We have to recruit him. Even if we have to pay a heavy price, we have to recruit him. The great master made his decision and said decisively, "Yes, this is a must." The second master agreed. This was an unquestionable decision. Lan Jia let out a sigh of relief. Seeing their change in attitude, she was happy. She didn't want to be enemies with Xiaoyang anyway. She chuckled and said, "That's not the most important thing." The great master and second master's eyes lit up with anticipation. They looked at Lan Jia curiously and asked, "What's the most important thing?" From their point of view, Xiaoyang's performance was enough to be praised as a miracle. Could there be anything more exciting than this? "You've been sitting here for so long. Can't you see my cultivation level?" Lan Jia smiled proudly and released her cultivation aura. The second master and great master were shocked again. They weren't shocked by Lan Jia's cultivation level. In front of a martial great master, anyone below the martial great master level was an ant. They were shocked by Lan Jia's breakthrough speed. They remembered that she was only a 2nd stage martial master a few days ago. How long had it been since then? She actually broke through to the 6th stage martial master. You, how did you do it? Is it because of Xiaoyang?" They were even more shocked. This Xiaoyang seemed to be omnipotent. Even they wouldn't be able to do that. How did Xiaoyang do it? That's right. Lan Jia also became proud. She said proudly, "Cousin refined a kind of spirit, Dan, called the realm Breakthrough Dan. I think it's a profound level, Dan. I took 2 and broke through 2 stages. As for the other stage, I broke through in the 100 Poison Valley. At that time, Cousin led me to defeat Qian Duo, Wang Zifei, and the others. We took the number 1 cultivation cave in the 100 Poison Valley. I'm so jealous. Jealous. The first master and second master looked at Lan Jiao Ye's infatuation and saw her infatuated and happy expression. They couldn't help but feel a little envious. Who wasn't this romantic and unrestrained when they were young? That wasn't the main point. The main point was the spirit Dan. What? You just said that Xiaoyang refined the realm breakthrough Dan? Damn, that's impossible. That's something that can only be done by a profound level Dan. If Xiaoyang is willing to refine the Dan for the Lan family, then my Lan family will soar to the sky. Why would we still need to care about other people's faces? The great master and second master were shocked again. Although the realm breakthrough Dan was precious and amazing, the alchemist was even more amazing. A profound level alchemist. As long as you have the alchemist in your hands, you can get any spirit Dan you want. They couldn't wait anymore. They couldn't sit still anymore. They quickly got up and went out. They couldn't wait to invite Xiaoyang back. Chapter 205. If Xiaoyang was willing to join the Wang family, the Wang family would definitely let bygones be bygones. At that time, it would be a disaster for the Lan family. Lan He curled her lips and said, I originally brought my cousin here to make a deal and visit my aunt at the same time. But you forced my aunt into the slums. Do you think my cousin will still do business with you? This matter also made Lan Jiaoya unhappy. They didn't even inform her about this, causing her to be misunderstood by Xiaoyang. She thought that Xiaoyang must hate her to death right now. What the fuck? It's our fault, our fault. We've become muddle-headed, truly muddle-headed. Go, go, go. Let's go explain and snatch Xiaoyang back. The first boss and second boss spoke together. They wanted nothing more than to carry Xiaoyang back to the Xiao family right now. Oh, right. Oh, right. Should we inform the old man about this? The second boss remembered. Although the three of them were in charge of the Lan family, there was still their father above them, which was Xiaoyang's grandfather. Right now, they were the ones who had offended Xiaoyang. If they let Xiaoyang's grandfather step in, then their chances of turning things around would be even greater. Just as they mentioned, Cao Cao arrived. The ancestor of the Lan family slowly walked out. With his supreme cultivation, the defenses before him were nothing to him. Greetings, father. Greetings, grandfather. The first boss, second boss, and Lan Jiaoya immediately stood up and bowed. Yep, greetings. I heard my grandson came, so you chased him away again, right? The ancestor of the Lan family said indifferently and released his pressure. This made the first boss and second boss sweat profusely as their hearts tightened. Only Lan Jiaoya was at ease, because the ancestor of the Lan family had always doted on her. We know our wrongs. We were tempted by the alchemy clan of Qingyang City, the Zhang family. The first boss and second boss hurriedly admitted their wrongs. Lan Jiaoya walked in front of the Lan ancestor and shook his hand while acting like a spoiled child. Grandpa, you see, in this world, who can be without mistakes? Just forgive them. Knowing their mistakes and changing them is a good thing. The Lan family's old ancestor patted Lan Jiaoya's head in a doting manner. His face was kind as he smiled and said, Go, invite your cousin back. Otherwise, just let Xingming come back and support the family. After all, you guys don't know how to manage and make mistakes in such matters. In the end, he was reprimanding the first master and second master. The reason why Lan Xingming was disqualified from inheriting the position of the head of the family was because she had made a big mistake in her marriage. However, from the looks of it now, whether it was the unification of Donglin town or the outstanding Xiaoyang, it was enough to prove that Lan Xingming had made the right choice. Yes, when they were talking earlier, he had heard every single word. He knew that Xiaoyang was extraordinary. Not only was he a martial ancestor, but he was also a profound realm alchemist. There were far too few geniuses who cultivated both martial arts and alchemy. They just happened to run into one, so they obviously had to grab hold of him. If they knew that Xiaoyang was also skilled in using poisons, they would probably regret it so much that their intestines would turn green. They would be tempted to invite Xiaoyang back as if they had lost their minds. Yes, yes, yes. We'll go immediately. The first and second bosses responded and left in a hurry. Xiaoyang held Lan Xinghe hostage and successfully left the Lan family estate with Xiao Man. Only after they had traveled a very long distance did they slow down. Lan Xinghe's face was sunken. He felt like he had never been humiliated so much in his entire life. He was a mighty martial ancestor, the third boss of the Lan family and his uncle, yet he had been held hostage by a damned brat until now. The people of the Lan family haven't chased after us. Can you let go now? Lan Xinghe said expressionlessly. Xiaoyang pushed him away and snorted, "Get out of my sight. You'd better pray that my mother is fine. Otherwise, you can wash your neck clean and wait for me to chop it off." Xiaoyang's temperament was cold, and the murderous aura on his body was still dense. "Let's go." Xiaoyang grabbed Xiaoman's hand and unleashed his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, they were 100 meters away. "Young master, are we going to find the old madam?" Xiaoman asked calmly. "Yes. We didn't know where she was before, so we couldn't do anything about it. Now that we know where she is, we naturally have to look for her," Xiaoyang replied. He had 3 goals for coming to martial Yang City this time. The first was to kill Wang Jilai, who had hurt his father, Xiao Wangu. The second was to see his mother, Lan Xingming. The third was to participate in the hegemony competition and obtain a spot to enter the poison sect. Now that he'd achieved one of his goals, the second was on the way, and the third was just waiting for the right time. Soon, they arrived at a small river. The water was clear, and fish and prawns swam through it. The riverside was covered in lush green grass, and several aunties were washing clothes on the rocks by the river. They were chatting and laughing, and it was as peaceful and simple as a village. In an instant, Xiaoyang's mood improved greatly. But when he thought of Lan Xingming's suffering in a place like this, his good mood was suppressed again. "Let's go." He activated his divine sense and quickly found a run-down, thatched cottage by the river. He also sensed a familiar aura from the cottage, but it was somewhat weak. Xiaoyang's heart tightened. He activated his cultivation to the maximum and disappeared in an instant. When their figures reappeared, they were already at the door of the dilapidated cottage. "Is the old madam inside?" Xiaoman asked curiously. Then, she impatiently rushed in with Xiaoyang following behind her. Right now, not only was Xiaoman looking forward to it, even he was filled with anticipation. One had to know that if he hadn't activated his poison body back then, he might have died and never been able to see his mother for the rest of his life. Luckily, there was still a chance. The two of them quickly entered the thatched cottage. They saw a woman with a dark complexion lying on the bed. This person was Lan Xingming. Originally, Lan Xingming was the #1 goddess of martial Yang City, and she had countless suitors. She was also the future head of the Lan family, but now she had fallen to such a state. It made people sigh. "Mother." "Old madam, how are you?" Xiaoyang rushed to Lan Xingming's side in a few steps. He lowered his head and checked on Lan Xingming's condition. Seeing Lan Xingming's miserable state, Xiaoman cried. She cried until she was muddle-headed. Young master, how is the old madam? Hurry up and wake her up." Xiaoman waited for a while, but didn't see any movement from Xiaoyang. She couldn't help but urge him. She was too worried about Lan Xingming. Xiaoyang was carefully checking on Lan Xingming's injuries. He was meticulous, serious, and focused. At this moment, he was more worried than anyone else. After all, this was his mother. Chapter 206. After examining her from top to bottom, Xiaoyang had a rough estimate. He muttered, "She's poisoned, deeply poisoned. It's the 9 nether poison. Damn it, can it be cured? How can it be cured?" Xiaoman asked worriedly. "The 9 nether poison is extremely vicious. It bites the bones and twists the heart. Now that she's deeply poisoned, if I want to cure her..." Xiaoyang couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Even with his experience and abilities, he felt that it was quite troublesome. Then wouldn't the old madam never wake up? No, sob, young master. You can definitely cure her, right? Can you hurry up and save the old madam? Xiao Man didn't dare to imagine the consequences and couldn't help but cry. Xiao Yang sighed and frowned. Right now, he needed some peace and quiet. He looked at Xiao Man and said, Mother hasn't eaten for many days. It's still cold here. Go and buy some liquid food and clothes. Come back quickly. And okay. Xiao Man turned and left. After all, she trusted Xiao Yang a lot. After Xiao Man left, he looked at the unconscious Lan Xingming and couldn't help but feel heartache. He muttered, Mother, after I save you, I'll bring you back to the Xiao family so that we can reunite. If he wanted to cure the poison, normal methods wouldn't work. The 9 nether poison was practically incurable. Even if it could be cured, one would need to have a cultivation higher than Wu Zun's. They would also need to find all kinds of precious medicinal ingredients and refine them into pills. This would take at least 3 months. No matter what the conditions were, Xiao Yang didn't have them. Right now, the only thing he could take out was the blood in his body. Xiao Yang had the poison body and the poison veins in his body. As long as he used the method of exchanging blood for blood, he would be able to completely remove the poison in Lan Xingming's body. After all, Lan Xingming was already deeply poisoned. Even if Xiao Yang cultivated the heaven-devouring poison tyrannical incantation, he still wouldn't be able to cure her. The 9 nether poison would resist. Once it wreaked havoc in Lan Xingming's body, she wouldn't be able to last more than 10 breaths. Because of this, Xiao Yang didn't dare to refine the poison openly. He could only use the gentle method of exchanging blood for blood. There was no time to lose. He immediately made his move. He casually set up an isolation formation and a defensive formation. Then he used a knife to cut open his own blood vessels and Lan Xingming's blood vessels. For blood exchange. Guming needed one of them to bleed in and the other to bleed out. In other words, he had to cut open at least 2 places. Xiao Yang sat down cross-legged and helped Lan Xingming sit up as well. Their hands were facing each other. Under the control of Xiao Yang's cultivation, blood slowly flowed out from his body. It slowly flowed into Lan Xingming's blood vessels through the cut blood vessels. At the same time, he cleverly used his cultivation to force Lan Xingming's poisonous blood out and into his own body. This was exchanging blood for blood. Time slowly passed. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Lan Xingming's blood was almost completely replaced, and her complexion gradually improved. Xiao Yang used his cultivation to seal off her blood vessels and helped her lie down to sleep. Then he immediately circulated his cultivation and began to refine the 9 underworld's poison that had entered his body. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiao Yang felt that his poison constitution had been strengthened. He also felt that the poison veins in his body seemed to have expanded. He also felt that his cultivation had broken through to the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm. Oh my God, the 9 underworld's poison is indeed one of the top 10 poisons. Xiao Yang couldn't help but sigh. He had just refined the 9 underworld's poison, and he had broken through to the next level. It was really unimaginable. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. After all, he had a poison constitution. In this lifetime, he could only use poison to help him break through to the next level. Once he absorbed spiritual energy, his cultivation would drop. This was the special characteristic of his constitution. Therefore, it was normal for the 9 underworld's poison to help him break through to the next level. Xiao Yang hurriedly checked his body's condition. He felt good. Then he got up and continued to observe Lan Xingming's condition. After the poison in Lan Xingming's body was removed, her body's condition gradually improved. However, she hadn't eaten for many days, so she was still very weak and dizzy. Xiao Man has been gone for so long. Why isn't she back yet? When Xiao Yang thought of food, he couldn't help but think of Xiao Man. It had been so long. Logically speaking, Xiao Man should have been back by now. Could something have happened? Xiao Yang couldn't help but worry. After all, he had offended too many people in martial Yang City. Previously, he had offended the Wang family. Now he had even offended the Lan family. If these two families joined forces, he was afraid that he would die without a burial place. He pondered for a moment and said helplessly, "I have no choice but to ask Chief Instructor Wang for help." He immediately closed his eyes. Through the ball of soul blood, he quickly contacted Chief Instructor Wang and gave him a simple explanation. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Chief Instructor Wang appeared at the door. "Greetings, Master." Chief Instructor Wang immediately saluted Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang nodded. He took out a realm breakthrough pill and said, "This pill is for you. It's a profound level pill. It's useful for those below the martial ancestor realm. If you can continuously break through, it's a reward for you. Don't tell me you don't have any juniors." In order to make Chief Instructor Wang value this pill, Xiao Yang said again, after Xiao Man took this pill, she broke through from rank 7 martial warrior to rank 2 martial master. After Lan Jia took it, she broke through from rank 4 martial master to rank 6 martial master. As for the benefits, you can experience it yourself. What? It's that magical? Chief Instructor Wang was shocked. He knew that Xiao Yang wouldn't lie about this kind of thing. After all, it was easy to find out. The effect of this pill was magical. The only regret was that it was useless for martial ancestor realm masters. However, if it was used as a reward for juniors, it would be much more useful to nurture future seedlings. "Master, this is such a precious pill. Even if you sell it, you can get a lot of wealth. Why waste it on me?" Head Instructor Wang said modestly. Deep down, he really wanted it. Xiao Yang didn't have much time to pay attention to him. He calmly said, "Since you've helped me, I naturally won't treat you unfairly. Take good care of the woman in the thatched cottage. No matter who comes, don't let her get hurt. I'll be back soon. Otherwise, you'll die with her." He didn't care too much about other things. Therefore, he was a little more direct and a little more ruthless. "Master, don't worry. I definitely won't let you down." After Chief Instructor Wang received the pill, his expression brightened. Although he wasn't an alchemist, as Chief Instructor Wang he had come into contact with a lot of pills. The pill in his hand was at least a profound level pill. He almost couldn't help but swallow this pill. This pill was too tempting. Chapter 207. Head Instructor Wang held back his desire and remembered that he had a son outside who was no longer a slave for the Wang clan. He hurriedly sent out a jade slip to inform his son to come over. After sending out the jade slip, he let out a sigh of relief. He believed that after his son received this gift, he would definitely be overjoyed. He was also very glad that he made the wise choice to send his son away. One had to know that outsiders like them who joined the Wang clan were equivalent to working for the Wang clan. Their descendants would have to follow the Wang clan for generations to come. However, the son he sent away was an exception. In less than half a cup of tea's time, a young man dressed like a merchant came to the door of the thatched cottage and met with Head Instructor Wang. "Father, you're looking for me?" Li Qinghe bowed to Head Instructor Wang. "Yes, your performance in recent years has been good. Your cultivation has also reached the 9th level of martial master. Now, I'll give you a spiritual pill to help you break through to the martial ancestor realm. In the future, you won't have to hide and live a sneaky life anymore." Head Instructor Wang sighed. In order to hide Li Qinghe's information, he had done many things in the Wang clan. After all, if the Wang clan found out that he was hiding something, he would be treated as a traitor. However, if Li Qinghe also broke through to the martial ancestor realm, with his martial ancestor realm strength, the two of them would be free. At least, they would not be restricted by the Wang clan. "Yes, father." Li Qinghe was also very excited. After such a long time, he had received a lot of help. Naturally, he trusted his father very much. Without any hesitation, he took the spiritual pill from head instructor Wang and swallowed it. The spiritual pill immediately melted in his mouth. Under the circulation of his cultivation, the dense medicinal power turned into spiritual qi and filled his meridians and dantian. Following that, along with his uncontrollable shout, a terrifying martial ancestor realm aura spread out from his body. "Father, I broke through." Li Qinghe looked at himself in disbelief and felt the aura from his body. "Not bad, my son. Haha. In the future, I won't have to be afraid of the Wang clan. I won't have to live a life of hiding anymore." Haha. Head instructor Wang was very excited. His face was full of excitement, and his eyes were filled with fanaticism. After a while, he finally calmed down. After pondering for a while, he said, "Qing He, I've found a mysterious person. He's an alchemist above the profound rank and is also an expert above the second stage martial ancestor realm. He's also very good at using poison. You'd better make friends with him and not let him down in your life. He's a person who values friendship, so you'll definitely gain a lot. His name is Xiaoyang. If you listen to me, your future will be limitless. If you don't listen to me, it's up to you." "Xiaoyang? I know him. He has caused quite a lot of trouble since he came to the martial Sun City. Just today, he even barged into the Lan clan alone and kidnapped the third leader of the Lan clan, but came out unharmed. I also know that he has crippled Wang Zifei's cultivation." Li Qinghe looked excited. He was very curious about Xiaoyang. Head instructor Wang hesitated for a moment. He glanced at him and said, "Let me tell you, you still know too little. He's a member of a Shao family in Donglin Town. The Shao family in Donglin Town has dominated the town. Even the left and right deputies of the Wang clan, two martial arts great masters, are extremely afraid of Xiaoyang. You can't go wrong if you befriend him. The elixir just now was also given to me by him. I'm doing something for him. He could easily get this information. After all, the left and right deputies were also Wang clan's people. He was also a member of the Wang clan, so he knew it after chatting with each other. He's really terrifying. I also like Xiaoyang. Okay, I'll listen to you and befriend him." Li Qinghe immediately made up his mind. This made head instructor Wang very gratified. There was one thing that head instructor Wang did not tell his son, and that was that his soul blood had fallen into the hands of Xiaoyang. He felt that this was a shameful matter, so he would not speak of it. In any case, the reason why he wanted Li Qinghe to be on good terms with Xiaoyang was not because he was threatened. He truly wanted Li Qinghe's good side. It was because Xiaoyang had created too many miracles. After Xiaoyang arranged for people to guard Lan Qingming, he immediately left and went out to look for Xiaoman. Xiaoman had not returned after so long. Something must have happened to her. He hoped that she was fine. Xiaoyang frowned and used his movement technique to move quickly. At the same time, he also used his divine sense. Compared to vision, divine sense was much more convenient. It could cover an area of a few miles. In addition, Xiaoyang also thought of Fiery Bird. During this period of time, he was worried that Xiaoman would be in danger, so he had arranged for Fiery Bird to protect Xiaoman. He closed his eyes and began to use his soul blood to sense Fiery Bird's location. Soon he connected. Through this feeling, Xiaoyang immediately used his movement technique and flew towards the location he sensed. After more than 10 breaths of time, standing 100 feet away, he saw Xiaoman hiding in the grass. Seeing that Xiaoman was fine and just a little scared, Xiaoyang let out a sigh of relief. Immediately after, he saw people from the Lan family appear around Xiaoman. Those people were the guards of the Lan family, but they had been replaced with a new group of guards. This meant that this group of guards was not the Qingfeng guards that Xiaoyang had seen before. After the guard appeared, his face turned cold and he was very serious. He shouted, "Hurry up and find her. We can't let her escape. The third master is being held hostage by them. We can't let this insult go." The guards under him immediately shouted yes. They spread out and used their divine senses to search. So you guys are here because of what happened before. Xiao Yang understood. Back then, he had no choice but to hold Lan Xinghe hostage. Now that the Lan family was here for revenge, it was no wonder that Xiao Man was in danger. Just as Xiao Yang was relieved, he immediately heard the guards shout, "We found her! Look, she's hiding here. Little girl, let's see where you can escape to this time." When the guards' word spread, Xiao Man thought that she had been exposed. She immediately used her movement technique and sprinted towards the river. When she appeared, she immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding guards. One of the guards laughed and said, "This little girl is really stupid. I was just scaring her. I didn't expect her to really appear. Hurry up and stop her. Immediately release the signal and contact the other guards of the Lan family." Xiao Man was very ashamed. Looking at the positions of both sides and their sneering expressions, she felt that her intelligence had been played. She couldn't help but purse her lips and feel wronged. Xiao Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He saw everything. Seeing that Xiao Man was stopped by them, he stepped out and rushed toward Xiao Man. "Haha, stupid little girl. Let's see where you can escape to this time." Chapter 208. One of the guards sneered, "You were scared out of your wits. I'm afraid no one is more stupid than you." Another guard sneered. They roared with laughter, laughing so hard that they were swaying back and forth, unscrupulous. In any case, Xiao Man, a mere second-stage martial master, was no match for them. Even if she was careless, it would be fine. Looking at the guards here, there were more than 20 of them. The weakest was a 6th-stage martial master. Any one of them could easily deal with Xiao Man. You're shameless, despicable, using evil tricks." Xiao Man was so angry that her face was flushed red. Her beautiful eyes were wet and she could not help but cry. The flamingo on her shoulder was still resting with its eyes closed, not putting the people in front of it in its eyes. As long as Xiao Man was not in fatal danger, it would not easily make a move. This was Xiao Yang's previous order. This way, they could train Xiao Man to the greatest extent. "Go, capture him. The other guards are coming. Otherwise, we won't be able to get any credit." The head guard roared and waved his hand, ordering his men to hurry up and capture him. After all, the higher-ups had instructed that no matter who it was, as long as they found Xiao Yang and Xiao Man's traces, they must release a signal. Releasing the signal was releasing the signal, but the credit still had to be fought for. This was also a competition. Yes, the guards who mocked Xiao Man for being the fiercest and most unscrupulous immediately unleashed their cultivation and grabbed at Xiao Man. "Little girl, with your little IQ and cultivation, you still don't want to submit? Do you still want to suffer? We don't mind helping you. If you don't behave, don't blame us for not showing mercy. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too presumptuous and daring to challenge the dignity of the Lan family." These guards mocked as they attacked, the corners of their mouths curled up in a sneer. Seeing the opponent's attack coming in front of her, Xiao Man was a little desperate, but she still completely gave up resisting. She did not care anymore and also used her own cultivation technique, displaying the Xiao family's martial arts technique, the firmament palm, to fight with them. It was a pity that she was too weak and her combat experience was pitifully little. In addition, she was facing a few guards, so in just one round she was defeated. Her whole body flew back more than 10 meters into the grass. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Her face was pale and her eyes were filled with despair. "Flamingo, I'm too useless. I'm always dragging young master's feet and becoming his burden. Make a move, I can't take it." Xiao Man muttered in a low voice. She was disappointed with herself. Fiery Bird chirped twice, but did not make a move. It allowed the surrounding guards to charge forward. These guards each displayed a set of powerful martial techniques. If they were hit, they would definitely be blown to smithereens. "Flamingo, Xiao Man being flamingo, 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 flamingo. Put him down." A cold snort suddenly sounded. Xiao Man saw a familiar figure appear in front of her. Her heart immediately calmed down. No wonder Flamingo did not make a move. Since Xiaoyang was here, Flamingo could not be bothered to make a move. Who are you? How dare you order me around? Do you know that we are from the Lan family? The guard was arrogant and arrogant. It was as if being a guard of the Lan family was very impressive. I don't care who you are. Being a guard is like being a dog. Are you proud? Xiao Yang's mouth curled into a mocking smile as he looked at the guard with contempt. What? You dare to insult me? You're courting death. The guard could not bear it anymore. He rushed up and attacked Xiaoyang. One had to know that even if they were guards, they still had their dignity. How could they allow others to call them dogs? Moreover, even if they were guards, not everyone could be a guard of the Lan family. Pasting the two words Lan family on them was a kind of honor and pride. His companion immediately reminded him, don't be impulsive. He is Xiaoyang. He is the person we are looking for. Isn't that even better? Let's take care of him. He is just a young man. What ability can he have? Not only did the provoked guard not listen to the advice, he became even more ruthless. He was determined to take a good look at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang waved his hand and released a wave of spiritual energy. Before the other party could reach him, he was sent flying. That person was embedded in the ground. His head was down and his feet were up. After kicking his feet twice, there was no movement. A dignified expert of the 8th stage of the martial master realm was killed with a wave of his hand. This Xiaoyang was too terrifying. His companions all swallowed their saliva and felt fear. Their expressions were aghast, and their eyes were filled with fear. When Xiaoyang's gaze swept over them, they all retreated, afraid that Xiaoyang would remember them. The head guard hurriedly walked over and stared at Xiaoyang with a gloomy face. With a cold face, he said expressionlessly, "Thief, let me tell you, you'd better surrender. You have no way out. The experts of our Lan family will arrive soon. If you resist forcefully, you will only make yourself suffer." Noisy, Xiaoyang roared. His voice contained the cultivation of a martial ancestor. Following the roar of a lion, the leader of the guard seemed to have received a huge blow. With a cry, his entire body flew backwards. His fate was the same as the previous guard. His head was facing the ground, and his feet were facing the sky as he was embedded in the ground. Head. The other guards were terrified. They covered their ears and quickly pulled the head guard, wanting to pull him out of the ground. In any case, they did not dare to make a move against Xiaoyang. The lion's roar just now had spread through the air. Their minds and ears had been greatly shaken, and they had almost been seriously injured. Facing such a terrifying almighty, unless they wanted to die, no one would so easily send themselves to their deaths. Young master. Xiao Man looked at Xiaoyang's might and yearned for it. Her eyes were filled with infatuation and admiration. She could not wait to be frozen in this scene forever. In her heart, she was also thinking, when can I be as powerful as the young master? Xiaoyang turned around and looked at Xiao Man. He asked, "Have you bought everything?" After all, Xiao Man had encountered trouble. If she had not bought the material she needed, then he would have to make a trip. He could not return empty-handed. He did not want to see Lan Xinming go hungry. At the same time, he also felt that the Lan family was too much. They actually left his mother in a straw stove by the river. In any case, this debt would not be settled so easily. Chapter 209. Yes, I bought them. They're all in the storage space. Xiao Man hurriedly replied. Although she was a failure, she couldn't be too much of a failure. Otherwise, even she would look down on herself. She had always looked up to Xiaoyang and treated Xiaoyang as her goal. It wasn't easy for her to be by Xiaoyang's side. Of course, she didn't want to be chased away by Xiaoyang. Then let's go. Many of their experts have received the signal and are all coming over. As far as the eye could see, there were black figures and light figures flashing over from all directions. Those were the experts of the Lan family. If they didn't leave this place as soon as possible, they would be in big trouble later. They would definitely waste a lot of time here. Xiao Yang didn't want to waste any time. He just wanted to wake up his mother quickly so that they could reunite. He took Xiao Man and quickly left this place. After a while, many experts of the Xiao family arrived. There were instructors, head instructors, consecrators, high-ranking guard leaders, mid-level managers, and so on. Where are they? Where do they go? Which one of you released the signal and made us come here for nothing? Immediately, a powerful expert shouted in dissatisfaction and reprimanded the guards in front of him. The guard leader was in a state worse than death. He was extremely weak and barely reported. They're heading towards the river. They're probably going to Lan, Xingming's place. They've only left for 2 breaths. After them. The experts who had gathered from all directions gave the order and quickly headed towards the thatched hut by the river. Not long later, Xiao Yang brought Xiao Man back to the thatched hut and saw that there was another person here. This person was a martial arts grandmaster. He couldn't help but be surprised. Then he was puzzled and on guard. After all, this was where his mother was. If the other party wanted to harm her, it would be troublesome. Master, you're back. This is my son, Li Qinghe. Qinghe has also broken through to the martial ancestor realm, thanks to Master's spiritual pills. I hope that Master can give him a chance to become friends with you. He will definitely not disappoint Master. Seeing that Xiao Yang had returned, Chief Instructor Wang hurriedly went forward to greet him. He hurriedly explained the situation so that Xiao Yang would not misunderstand. Li Qinghe hurried over as well. He cupped his fists at Xiao Yang and said, "Greetings, Brother Xiao. If you don't mind, this humble one is willing to become friends with you. I hope you can give me a chance." Xiao Yang was relieved and said calmly, "I still have things to take care of. We'll talk about this later." Then he looked at Chief Instructor Wang and asked, "How's my mother?" "Your mother?" Head Instructor Wang was dumbfounded. He did not expect the person inside to be Xiao Yang's mother. Oh my God! At first, he was wondering who Xiao Yang had asked him to protect. He did not expect it to be his family. "Master, the old madam is sleeping soundly. She's fine. No one has come to cause trouble." Chief Instructor Wang hurriedly said. He was much more respectful to Lan Xingming. Li Qinghe frowned. He did not know what had happened between Chief Instructor Wang and Xiao Yang. For his father to call Xiao Yang master meant that Chief Instructor Wang was Xiao Yang's servant. This made him very unhappy. Xiao Yang was too lazy to think too much. He said, "Be careful. Someone will come in a moment. Without my orders, no one is allowed to enter. Also, after this matter is over, you will regain your freedom. You can stay or leave." After speaking, he immediately brought Xiao Man inside. "Yes, Master." Chief Instructor Wang's spirit was lifted. Even his voice became louder. His expression was emotional and his eyes were filled with excitement. Who did not want to be free? The other party meant that as long as he was satisfied with his performance, the spirit blood would be returned to him. Then he would be completely free. Who would not be excited? "Congratulations, Father. Your son will do his best to help you." Li Qinghe also understood the meaning behind his words. A smile appeared on his face as he congratulated Chief Instructor Wang. If he wanted to be friends with Xiao Yang, he could not accept the fact that his father was Xiao Yang's servant. However, if his father was completely free, without any restrictions or control, then he could be friends with Xiao Yang on equal terms. He was happy for Chief Instructor Wang, but he was also happy for himself. "My son, do you see? Xiao Yang is a broad-minded person who treats the people around him well. As long as you can befriend him, you will definitely not go wrong." Chief Instructor Wang praised again and again. His eyes were filled with admiration. "You don't know this, but I teamed up with Wang Zifei to deal with Xiao Yang, and even tried to control his maid Xiao Man to threaten Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang only crippled Wang Zifei's cultivation and didn't kill him. If it was someone else, he would have killed him already. From this point, I can see that he is kind. He only forced me to hand over my soul blood and promised to return my freedom when the time comes. But you heard it. If I perform well this time, he will return my freedom. If I perform well, then I will perform well. Chief Instructor Wang was extremely excited. He did not feel that handing over the spirit blood was a shameful thing. He explained to Li Qinghe, "This person is a gentleman. He is indeed worth befriending. Father, don't worry, I will cherish him." Li Qinghe, of course, understood what Chief Instructor Wang meant. He immediately opened his mouth and expressed his decision. "Good, as expected of my son. Your eyes are as sharp as a torch." When Chief Instructor Wang praised, he did not forget to be narcissistic. Both father and son laughed. After Xiaoyang entered the thatched hut, he quickly arrived in front of Lan Xingming. After carefully inspecting Lan Xingming's body, he let out a sigh of relief and said to Xiao Man, "Come, take out the food first." Xiao Man quickly took out more than 10 types of liquid food from her storage ring. There was spirit rice porridge, spirit spring water, 8 treasures liquid, and so on. These things were all very valuable. They were very beneficial for injured cultivators. Xiao Yang picked a few and fed them to Lan Xingming. After feeding her a large bowl of liquid food, Lan Xingming's complexion improved even faster. Then, Xiao Yang took out a top-grade healing pill and fed it to Lan Xingming. He did not use the pill before because he was afraid that Lan Xingming's weak body would not be able to take it. Now that her body had improved, he did not have to worry about that. "Mother, how do you feel? Do you feel any discomfort?" Xiao Yang furrowed his brows and asked nervously. After Lan Xingming absorbed the liquid food and the medicinal effects of the pills, she had already recovered 50%. However, she was still recovering. She slowly woke up and opened her hazy eyes. She saw her son, whom she missed day and night, and Xiao Man, whom she was familiar with. Her vision was a little blurry, and she was in disbelief. Am I dreaming? Didn't I die?" Chapter 210. Lan Xingming mumbled to herself. She slowly closed her eyes again, thinking that she was hallucinating. However, after closing her eyes, she could no longer fall into a deep sleep like before. Instead, she felt energized, and her body's quality was gradually recovering. She couldn't help but open her eyes again. She could clearly see Xiao Yang and Xiao Man were both smiling. The two of them were originally worried, but now that they saw that Lan Xingming was fine, they naturally relaxed. "Mother." "Old madam, we're here to see you." Their clear voices traveled into Lan Xingming's ears. Lan Xingming's breathing suddenly quickened. Her face was full of surprise. She straightened her body and looked at the two of them with joy. She said happily, "It's really you, my son, Xiao Man." She hugged the two of them and couldn't help but cry with joy. She thought that she was going to die and never see them again. She didn't expect to not die, but to see her family instead. How could she not be happy? In this world, there was nothing more important than a family reunion. "Mother, your son misses you so much." "Xiao Man misses you too, old madam." Xiao Yang and Xiao Man spoke, expressing their sincere feelings. This made Lan Xingming very happy. Her heart was filled with warmth. She said, "Silly children, your mother misses you too." They enjoyed a moment of warmth and affection. Then they slowly calmed down. Lan Xingming asked, "Son, why did you come to Weiyang City? How did you find this place?" Xiao Man explained everything clearly. Lan Xingming couldn't help but be shocked. She looked at Xiaoyang as if she was looking at a celestial being. She was even more happy and excited. "My son is a martial arts grandmaster. Amazing, amazing. Xiao family has unified Donglin town? That's great, that's really great." Lan Xingming's joy came one after another. She was extremely excited. However, after hearing about the conflict between Xiaoyang and the Lan family, she couldn't help but frown slightly. She didn't say anything about it. Xiaoyang asked, "Mother, why are you here? Who poisoned you with the 9 underworlds?" This was a problem that Xiao Yang attached great importance to. If the Lan family dared to humiliate his mother like this, he wouldn't mind massacring the Lan family. What? My son actually knows about the 9 nether poison? After all, not everyone knew about the 9 nether poison. Even in Marshal Yang City, there were no more than 3 people who knew about the 9 nether poison. This poison was too rare. It was one of the top 10 poisons. Just as Lan Xingming was hesitating whether or not she should explain, a huge commotion came from outside. Xiao Yang, come out and face your death. The expert from the Lan clan roared and released his cultivation. The sound waves were vast and mighty, shaking the thatched hut. It was on the verge of collapse. Then, Chief Instructor Wang immediately walked in and said worriedly, "Master, the situation isn't good. There are hundreds of people on the other side. There are 3 martial arts grandmasters. One of them is a 2nd-level martial arts grandmaster. He's one of the Lan clan's consecrators." Lan Xingming was also anxious. She grabbed Xiao Yang's hand and said, "My son, this isn't something that you can solve. Let me step in. They'll definitely give me face. No matter what, I'm still a member of the Lan clan." She was worried that Xiao Yang would be hurt. She had just met her son and didn't want Xiao Yang to die just like that. Xiao Yang was a little angry. He said seriously, "Mother, do you still think of yourself as a member of the Lan clan? Do you think they'll give you face? What a joke. Then why did they leave you here to fend for yourself? They didn't even give you food and clothes. Look at this miserable life. The Lan clan dared to treat you like this. I won't let them off easily." His expression was very determined and his tone was unquestionable. He didn't care about Lan Xingming's attempts to stop him. He waved his hand and said, "Chief Instructor Wang, come out with me to face the enemy. Today, I'm going to start a massacre. Xiao Man, Fiery Bird, stay here and take care of my mother. Don't let her come out." No one dared to disobey his orders. Xiao Man and Fiery Bird couldn't do it. Lan Xingming couldn't persuade him either. When they arrived outside, they saw Li Qinghe standing there alone, facing hundreds of Lan clan members. He didn't retreat a single step. "Brat, who are you? If you dare to interfere in this matter, you're going against the Lan clan. I advise you to get lost quickly. Otherwise, I'll kill you too. Otherwise, you'll die without knowing why." The 2nd-level martial arts grandmaster of the Lan clan shouted at Li Qinghe with a gloomy face. He released the powerful aura of a 2nd-level martial arts grandmaster from his body and suppressed Li Qinghe. Li Qinghe was a newly advanced martial arts grandmaster. Facing an experienced martial arts grandmaster who was 1 level higher than him, it was obviously very difficult. However, he still didn't retreat. With a cold face, he said, "I, Li Qinghe, have decided to become friends with Xiao Yang. As a friend, I can't watch him suffer alone. Even if we die together, I have no regrets." He had always believed in his father and valued friendship. He was also very stubborn. Once he decided on something, even 10 cows couldn't pull him back. Chief Instructor Wang was very pleased. This son of his was good. Everything was good. He was obedient, filial, and had extremely high cultivation talent. At such a young age, he had already caught up with his footsteps. As a father, he was very proud. After this, as long as he became friends with Xiao Yang, his future would definitely surpass his own. Chief Instructor Wang felt that he could die without regrets. "Qinghe, we can talk about becoming friends in the future. You don't have to take the risk now. After all, we're not familiar with each other yet." Xiao Yang looked at Li Qinghe and said indifferently, "From the moment he saw this person until now, he had a good impression of him. However, now that he was in trouble, if it was under normal circumstances, he wouldn't mind giving him some pointers." Li Qinghe's expression was serious, and he said stubbornly, "Xiao Yang, what are you saying? Let me tell you, I'm definitely going to participate in today's matter. I never change my decision." Xiao Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He felt a little helpless and let him be. Seeing that Xiao Yang had come out, the Lan family's consecrator, let out a sigh of relief. He sneered and said, Xiaoyang, you're finally willing to come out and accept your death? You dared to barge into the Lan family and hold the third master hostage. You dared to insult the Lan family's dignity. You must pay with your life to clear this debt. Xiaoyang snorted and said disdainfully, Old man, stop blabbering here. You dared to humiliate my mother like this. This matter isn't over. He took a few steps forward and released a powerful aura from his body. He instantly locked onto the Lan family's consecrator. Come, come, come. Didn't you want to catch me? I'll give you a chance. Let's see if you have the guts to stand out and accept your death. Xiaoyang got into a fighting stance and stared coldly at the other party. The Lan family's consecrator was extremely angry. His breathing was rapid and his chest was moving up and down rapidly. His face was ferocious. Chapter 211. He snorted coldly and said, Fine, fine, fine. You're just a thief who doesn't know the big picture and doesn't know your place. Since you dare to provoke me, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll let you know that there are many people in this world that you can't afford to offend. Head consecrator, we can deal with this thief. You don't have to do it yourself. If you get angry over such a despicable person, won't you hurt yourself? The leader of the guards, who was wearing silver armor, stepped forward. His posture was ramrod straight as he spoke seriously, requesting to fight. As the leader of the guards, their defense was not good enough, resulting in the third head, Lan Xinghe, being held hostage. This was their humiliation and a stain on their lives. Of course, they wanted to wash away this humiliation. Fine, as you wish. If you embarrass yourself, I'll have no choice but to do it myself, the Lan family's consecrator said slowly. Thank you, head consecrator. The leader of the guards expressed his gratitude. Then he walked to the side and raised his hand. The hundreds of guards immediately stomped their feet, causing the ground to tremble and rumble. From this, it could be seen that they must have trained regularly and had become a well-trained army of guards. All of you, kill Xiaoyang the thief, raise the Lan family's prestige, and wash away the humiliation. Charge! He instantly released his martial arts grandmaster cultivation. As he stepped forward, the aura of a dragon and a tiger soared into the sky. His aura locked onto Xiaoyang, and he quickly charged forward. As he charged forward, he executed a powerful martial technique, wanting to kill Xiaoyang. Behind him, hundreds of guards also charged forward. Their aura was like 10,000 galloping horses, unparalleled for a moment. Master, let me do it. Brother Xiao, you go deal with that old bastard. I've long disliked him. Sensing the strong battle intent of the enemy, Chief Instructor Wang and Li Qinghe also stepped forward and released their powerful aura. Their battle intent was boiling. Xiaoyang stopped them and said calmly, You don't have to do anything for now. It'll be your turn later. This is a personal grudge between me and the Lan family. I'll let them know what regret is. How dare they humiliate my mother like this? I'll let them pay for it with blood. Then he took a step forward and levitated into the air. With a flip of his hand, he took out the universal mirror, an earth-grade Dharma treasure. With the infusion of his cultivation, the heaven and earth mirror suddenly expanded, and a bright light circulated around it. Go, suppress the 8 desolations. As he made his move, the heaven and earth mirror buzzed, and the surface of the mirror expanded. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to a size of 300 meters, releasing an extremely terrifying almighty aura. The mirror, which was hundreds of feet in size, came crashing down from the sky. It covered the sky and covered the sun. The wind and clouds changed, and a loud whistling sound came out. Everyone on the ground was enveloped and locked onto by the heaven and earth mirror. Ah, what the hell is this? It's very strange. Hurry up and attack. That's the enemy's magical treasure. It's incomparably powerful. Over 100 guards unleashed their martial arts attacks one after another. Some even unleashed their magic treasures and talismans, bombarding the universal mirror that was crushing down. Beams of light struck the surface of the mirror, but the universal mirror remained motionless. The speed of the suppression was even faster. It was like a hot knife through butter. Its aura was majestic and unstoppable. Rumble! With a loud sound, the ground within a radius of 300 meters shook. The entire place was completely silent. As far as the eye could see, there was a huge, deep pit in the ground. The surroundings were shaped like a mirror. In this deep pit, there were figures lying in a disorderly manner. They were all the guards of the Lan clan who were about to attack aggressively just now. Hiss, hiss! Hiss, hiss! Those who were still standing could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Their faces were filled with shock, and their eyes were filled with fear. Oh my God! Xiaoyang's combat strength is too terrifying. He's actually so powerful. With just one move, he had suppressed over 100 guards. One had to know that among the 100 guards, there were more than a dozen 9th-level martial masters, and the rest were 7th or 8th-level martial masters. Even if it were them, they would not be able to execute such a beautiful attack. This was what it meant to say that everyone below the martial ancestor realm was like an ant. Chief Instructor Wang and Li Qinghe stared at Xiaoyang with their mouths agape. They were extremely shocked and could not help but admire Xiaoyang's strength. The Lan family consecrator, the leader of the guards, and several Lan family instructors, stewards, and chief instructor were all dumbfounded. Xiaoyang! An earth-shattering cry of grief and indignation rang out. The leader of the guards looked at the million guards under him and could not help but feel extremely sorrowful. His eyes were filled with hatred as he stared fiercely at Xiaoyang. You dare to humiliate my family's hundreds of good men. I will not live under the same sky as you. As a martial ancestor realm cultivator, the leader of the guards roared and attacked Xiaoyang again. The reason why he was able to escape last time was because he ran away at the last minute. Yes, when he led over 100 guards to attack, he felt a strong threat and immediately used a secret technique to escape. Seeing over 100 guards injured and lying on the ground, his heart ached. He had spent a lot of effort to train them. He was now extremely angry and had almost lost his mind. He only wanted to find trouble with Xiaoyang and avenge his men. Don't be rash. The Lan family consecrator could not help but shout. However, the leader of the guards did not listen and continued to charge forward as if he was not afraid of death. As a second-level martial ancestor, the Lan family consecrator could not help but know that the situation was not optimistic. He immediately said, "Everyone follow me. We must kill Xiaoyang." As he attacked, the Lan family's chief instructor, head instructor, steward, and a few consecrators who were ranked at the bottom also attacked. Good, it's time for us to attack. Li Qinghe looked at the martial ancestor realm cultivators in front of him and could not help but be excited. He had just become a martial ancestor realm cultivator and wanted to practice and experience the power of a martial ancestor realm cultivator. After Chief Instructor Wang told him to be careful, he also charged forward. The battle between the two sides was about to start. Xiaoyang was the first to face the 3 martial ancestor realm cultivators of the Lan family. They were the second-level martial ancestor realm consecrator, the leader of the guards, and the chief instructor of the Lan family. Xiaoyang, we don't believe that you can defy the heavens. With the 3 of us martial ancestor realm cultivators working together, even if you have wings, you can forget about escaping. The leader of the guards was very confident. With the help of the Lan family consecrator and the chief instructor, his confidence had increased. After a roar, he executed a thunder palm and attacked Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang laughed sinisterly, and with a face full of disdain, he said coldly, "You think you can do it? Ridiculous." A cold smile appeared on his face. Then he used the Xiao clan's firmament palm and struck out with his palm. What? He is actually a 3rd-level martial ancestor realm cultivator. Oh my God. Oh no, this is the black-level firmament palm. Chapter 212. The faces of the three martial grandmasters changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with fear, and they were extremely shocked. After shouting, they used their movement techniques and dodged quickly. At the same time, they used a few martial arts techniques to attack Xiaoyang. Their martial arts techniques intertwined with each other and created a loud boom. The shock wave swept in all directions and swept up the dust on the ground. In the first round, no one was hurt and they treated it as a test. However, after the first round, the three martial grandmasters felt extremely exhausted. They were extremely depressed and their expressions were heavy. They did not expect Xiaoyang to be a third-level martial grandmaster at such a young age. They even regretted it. However, since things had developed to this point, how could they ease the situation? If you have the ability, don't dodge. 3 martial grandmasters? That's bullsh, *T. Come. Eat my 1,000 poisonous hands. Xiaoyang laughed wantonly. He was overjoyed to be able to suppress them with absolute strength. He wanted to ruthlessly defeat their pride and trample on their self-esteem so that they would not always act as if they were great. Their arrogant looks were really asking for a beating. The 1,000 poisonous hands was a heaven-class martial arts technique. However, even though Xiaoyang was a third-level martial grandmaster, he was still unable to unleash the full power of the martial arts technique. However, it was enough to deal with the 3 people in front of him. Damn, what martial arts technique is this? It's even more mysterious than the firmament palm, and its power is not ordinary. Quickly dodge. Shouts rang out one after another. None of them dared to underestimate Xiaoyang, and they used their movement techniques to dodge. They were chased by Xiaoyang like mice meeting a cat. Trying to run? Eat my poisonous dragon claw. Xiaoyang used an even more powerful martial arts technique, the poisonous dragon claw. Following the sound of a dragon's roar, it was as if a real dragon had suddenly appeared and clawed at them one by one. The high priest of the Lan family, the head instructor of the Lan family, and the leader of the guards were all shocked. At that moment, they were scared out of their wits. Bang, bang, bang. Then they were hit by a huge impact. Their bodies flew out and they spat out blood. After falling to the ground, his body went limp and his face was as pale as snow. His cultivation was in chaos. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, they were still no match for Xiaoyang. Third-level martial ancestor realm was so powerful. You cowardly rats, are you still not going to submit? After Xiaoyang defeated the 3 of them, he turned around and his majestic aura instantly shrouded the other battlefield. His aura separated into several strands and locked onto the instructors, stewards, and junior consecrators as he shouted loudly. Merely this imposing aura alone was enough to terrify them to the point they didn't dare move recklessly and retreated in terror. After all, the 2 battlefields were not far from each other. Naturally, they were very clear about what was happening. Even the 3 great martial arts grandmasters were no match for Xiaoyang. As small fries, how could they be a match for Xiaoyang? Scram, or I'll kill you without mercy. Xiaoyang was like a god of war, ferocious, invincible, majestic, and insufferably arrogant. Retreat, retreat first. The head consecrator of the Lan family shouted. With a wave of his hand, he released his spiritual power and swept up the hundreds of injured guards. He wanted to take them away from this place. They felt extremely aggrieved and wronged. They originally thought that the 5 great martial arts grandmasters and hundreds of guards would be enough to take care of Xiaoyang. However, they didn't expect Xiaoyang to be so ferocious, invincible. They miscalculated. They had embarrassed the Lan family. Just as they were about to leave, they saw several figures flying over from the distant sky. They were the 3 heads of the Lan family. Even Lan Jiaoye had come. Behind them, there were several secret guards. They were unprecedentedly large. After all, for the 3 heads to come together, the severity and importance of the matter had to be on the level of severity. Greetings to the 3 heads. the head consecrator of the Lan family, the head instructor of the Lan family, and the leader of the guards bowed to Lan Xinghe and the others. Why are you here? The third head of the Lan family, Lan Xinghe, was puzzled. He looked at them suspiciously and asked. The head consecrator of the Lan family immediately explained, "We eat and wear the Lan family's clothes. Naturally, we have to be at the Lan family's beck and call." Xiao Yang dared to barge into the Lan family and hold the third head hostage. "This is a provocation to the Lan family. We couldn't stand by and watch, so we joined forces to capture Xiao Yang and apologize to the Lan family." He spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. He looked as if he would do his best for the Lan family. Even the leader of the guards, the head instructor of the Lan family, and the others looked as if they were ready to die. For the Lan family, they were duty-bound. However, after he spoke, the three heads and Lan Jia's expressions changed drastically. Their hearts sank, and their eyes were filled with intense anger. Damn it. They were just thinking about how to get back Xiao Yang and how to get Xiao Yang's forgiveness. Yet, they went straight to Xiao Yang to fight. Their faces couldn't help but darken and turn ashen. What's the situation now? The great master asked fiercely, his breathing quickened. Right now, he only hoped that nothing would happen to Xiao Yang. If Xiao Yang suffered even the slightest injury, his plan would be a bit more difficult. How could he ask Xiao Yang to forgive them? However, the head consecrator and the others didn't hear the head consecrator's words. They thought that the head consecrator was angry at Xiao Yang. He quickly said, "Xiao Yang is undefeatable. We are no match for him. That's why we retreated and thought of other ways to get rid of Xiao Yang." They looked as if they wouldn't stop until Xiao Yang was dead. They looked as if they were willing to do anything for the Lan family. If it were any other time, their behavior would be valued and rewarded by the Lan family. However, the situation now was different. Of course, they deserved special treatment. Nonsense. The second head consecrator couldn't take it anymore and scolded them. This made the head consecrator and the others confused. What was going on? Did they do something wrong? That's impossible. Usually, when someone caused trouble in the Lan family, they would immediately take action. This time was no exception. But why were they so angry? Second head consecrator, the head consecrator was puzzled and asked hesitantly. Now that the situation was special, they should at least let him know the situation. Or else, they were all ignorant people. What if they did something wrong? They were all almighty martial grandmasters. Once they did something wrong, it would be destructive and irreversible. The head consecrator shouted, "Get out of here. Go back and lock yourselves up. For 3 months, you're not allowed to take a step out." He was even more furious